Welcome everyone. If it is Friday, August 6th, then this must be the first evening of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival, the 29th annual and the second live stream annual. I'm Roz Elliott, and I have the luxury, the great fortune to be joined by co-host none other than Cheryl Prashker. She's the artistic director and general manager of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. Cheryl.
Hey Roz,
We're back.
We did it. We did it. We didn't even have to transport here.
No.
We're right here, thanks to Mark and all the guys at Faux Pop.
1 year back at the stage in the studio. And Cheryl, you know, for us Canadians, it has been a gold medal day. We are proud. We're glowing, right?
We are. Congratulations to the soccer team and everybody.
Isn't that great?
Everybody at the Olympics in Japan.
But it's also a gold medal performance tonight. We have the elite of the Celtic stage from all around the world performing here.
We do. We're so lucky to have people from the States, from Canada, from Ireland, from Scotland, and then a whole bunch of emerging artists, showcase artists from around the world.
Well, Cheryl, we're going to have a great night tonight, and let's give people a taste of what they can expect tonight and tomorrow.
So we have, starting us up with some great energy is a band from the United States and Canada called Fàrsan. And they are standing by, ready to chat with us. We've got Seán Keane from Ireland tomorrow. We've got the Ennis Sisters. We've got Ryan Young, and a whole slew of other folks.
And we're going to be profiling some art that you can see behind us. Paul Cook, the maker, and also an original, the Huron Heron by Linda Weeb. And both of these are up for sale, and you can bid on these all through this week and next. And what else do we have? We have vendors who are going to share their best wishes. But Cheryl, first, you were able to track down three gentlemen that mean a lot to us here in Huron County, and you got some well wishes from them.
I did. I put my Schmooze Queen hat on, and I tracked down our president, Greg Reynolds. So we're going to hear from him. And then yesterday I was out at the Goderich Airport where they had a fly-in. Over 60 planes from around all of Ontario and Quebec came in to have lunch and see what the Goderich Airport is all about. And it was spectacular. The planes were incredible. Goderich Airport is alive and thriving, and so it was my pleasure to spend some time with Mayor John Grace and the Warden of Huron County, Glenn McNeil.
Well, Cheryl, just think next year those planes might be carrying in our bands and our visitors and our vendors, all our guests. So let's look forward to that. But first, let's listen to greetings from those three gentlemen, starting with the president of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival.
I'm Cheryl Prashker, and I'm the artistic director of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival, and I'm here with the president of the board of directors, Greg Reynolds.
Hello.
And we just want to welcome you to it's the 29th.
29th
Festival.
And the second virtual. Which
Well,
we'd rather not be doing a virtual show, but Cheryl sort of followed the cue from last year, which went quite well, and tweaked it a little bit, moved things around, added a few things, and came up with another wonderful show and a great lineup. And she added a few little tidbits, which I think everybody will like. That we didn't have last year. And,
that's right.
If you want to sort of go through the two added.
Yeah, the things that we had just before. Obviously, we're coming to you for the festival, but the week before, we had some amazing workshops, and we had some of our favorites, and we hope you joined us and enjoyed them as much as we did with the likes of Liz Carroll and Brian McNeil and Michael Rooney and such. And then what you're going to see during the course of this weekend is our first annual Robinson Emerging Artist Showcase. We have artists from around the world playing their Celtic music, and you guys are in for a treat. We're going to ask that you watch all the artists throughout the weekend and then vote on our website. We're going to have a form up so you can vote your favorite artist, and then the top two artists are going to come back next year, and we'll see them live at the festival in person.
In person, which we're looking forward to for next year, which happens to be the 30th. festival. So here's hoping that that will happen, because it's just not the same. To do things live, that's why we do it. There's an excitement and energy that you don't get unless it's live music. So we try and stress that people should support live music, because there's nothing like it. And
true.
with that,
Well, actually, I noticed you're wearing a t-shirt. We have some t-shirts for sale on our website. We have some blankets for sale. Which shirt are you wearing, Greg?
this is actually the first one from 1993, and from that point on, we sort of decided. Well, Warren and Eleanor sort of decided, but they put the show on and then asked everybody, "So how did that go? Do you want to do it again next year?" And we all said, "Yeah." And most of us are here today, and that says a lot for volunteers. It's all volunteer driven. Cheryl and her assistant are the only ones that actually sort of get paid. Not that much either, right? So they still get paid, but it's all run by volunteers, and that adds, I think, to the essence of the actual sort of. It comes through in the lineage, and it can't really be changed. So
Yeah.
here's hoping that next year, the 30th, you might be able to sort of just drop by and see what I'm talking about. If you haven't been to a live show, this is a really good one to start off with. And again, welcome. Enjoy the virtual show, and any feedback, please let it be known, because we sort of actually read everybody's email.
Yeah, we do.
And we actually try and better ourselves. If we don't, well, it doesn't work. So we must be doing something right, or we wouldn't be here. So again, enjoy the show, and hope to see you with the 30th show. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Greg, and thank you so much to you and the
Yeah.
entire board of directors for all that you do
No
to
problem.
make this thing happen. Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Here's to you. Here's to you.
lovely. Thank you.
So this is Cheryl from the Celtic Festival, and I'm here with Warden McNeil at the airport where we just had a fly-in. And I'd love for you to say a few words to our Celtic Festival fans.
Thanks very much, Cheryl. Glenn McNeil, as Cheryl said, is my name, the Warden of Huron County. And on behalf of Huron County Council, I would like to welcome everyone that's coming into the town of Goderich virtually for the Celtic Festival. We value this festival. It was started 29 years ago by Warren and Eleanor Robinson. They had a great initiative, and look at how it has been sustained for 29 years. We welcome all the visitors, whether it's virtual this year, and all of your talents to share with other people, like-minded, and for the public in general. Thank you very much for coming to the Celtic Festival. We welcome you in person in the future, and please enjoy a great time.
So we got Mayor Grace here at the Goderich Airport, and we thank you so much for your support over the years of the Celtic Festival, and I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to the Celtic Festival, and we really look forward to this year again being virtual, but we're excited for the future. It will be back, and we look forward to everyone visiting our community over the next few years. The Celtic Festival is alive and well, and we look forward to this year's virtual festival, and I look forward to seeing it myself. Thank you.
Okay, what I want to know, Cheryl, is how do I get that quintessential garden at Greg Reynolds' place? That is the essence of summer.
It's all Nina.
Wow, it's beautiful.
I
It's
shouldn't
beautiful.
say that. I'm sure Greg does help.
It's
a beautiful
absolutely
garden.
gorgeous.
I couldn't get out of that chair, just so you know.
Well, no one's going to get out of their chair this weekend because the music is gold medal standard. I'm just going to keep saying that all weekend long. And before we get to Fàrsan, which I'm stoked about, Cheryl, I think it's really important that we spend some time thinking about where we are right now. We're here at the Stage, and where is the Stage? Stage is in Goderich. Stage is located on the Huron Tract, and when we talk about our roots, we talk about Celtic roots, but let's talk about our original roots. And our original roots really begin with the original peoples of Canada. And these lands sit on the traditional territories of the Chippewas of Niwash, the Ottawa, and the Saugeen Ojibwe. And they welcomed European travelers. They shared their knowledge. They helped them understand the land. And so we want to acknowledge that. We want a relationship, a new relationship with the original peoples of Canada. And so I think it is so very important that at the outset that we honor that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Roz. And I would love it if everybody who's out there watching now could go to the chat, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, and just let us know what land and territory you're coming from.
Yeah. Well, now we're going to go to some territories. We're going to go to some territories in Portland, Maine, and Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, to welcome, guess who, Myra Britton and Katie McNally of Fàrsan, our first act. How are you two?
Hey, we're doing great.
We are so excited. You have such great energy, and what a great way to start the show. Tell us about your first debut album.
Sure thing. Well, we recorded it in 2018, I think. Feels like a million years ago. In Cape Breton at Lakewind Studio. And yeah, it's a collection of a lot of Push to Beal tunes, which Mari will tell you a bit more about, and we'll hear a lot about that. And we're kind of focused on Scottish traditions in the New World. So Mari is Scottish, grew up in Scotland, now lives in Cape Breton, and the rest of us live in America. So that's kind of where the material on our album is coming from.
So Mari, when we talk about Push a Beal, that means mouth music. Tell us what mouth music is.
Yeah, well, they're tunes that or songs rather, that were putting words to fiddle tunes, pipe tunes, and in most cases we're not sure which came first, whether the song was created and then the tune was played on instruments or vice versa. But I think it's best to just think of them as going hand in hand, and that when you given that most people who originally played this music would have been Gaelic speakers, it would have been very natural for them to have put words to the tunes to kind of really embody the rhythm. And Gaelic is such a rhythmical language. It's all the vowel stress and the vowel length is really important. So it's a great language for locking in a rhythm. And particularly with the Push to Beal, words of particular vowel length are chosen deliberately to kind of emphasize the rhythm and to play with it too. So some of them are super funky, like they you'll hear the variations in different verses depending on the words that are used. And it's a great way of remembering a tune as well. When you put words to it, it helps you kind of keep it in your memory to then play on an instrument. And there are lots of examples of people singing Push to Beal when there were no instruments to hand. So there are even stories from Cape Breton of a fiddler being late for a dance and somebody getting up to sing a whole set of push so that people could square dance or dance reels while they waited for the instrumental musician to turn up, which takes some stamina for sure, because they're hard work to sing. But yeah, it's a great pairing. The step dance with Push to Beal is one of my favorite things to
The dance
see.
is incredible, and of course the step dancing that you all do is incredible. When I think about you guys, I think you're like the decathlon of everything. You've got accordion, you've got step dancing, you've got fiddle, you name it, it's in the group. How did you guys all get together?
Well, the initial idea was just like we all wanted to hang out. We were all friends. the three other band members met at Alistair Fraser's Sierra Fiddle Camp a number of years ago, and then brought me into the mix. We all hung out at a fiddle camp. Was really like such a catalyst for us as a band. We all hung out for the first time, I think, at the Pure Dead Brilliant Fiddle Weekend in Boston. And we just had a good time together, playing music and hanging out and laughing. And so we were like, well, we could be a band, play some music together. And that was kind of that's how it started. It was just like we wanted to have a good time.
How did you come by your name, Fàrsan?
Through much deliberation. I think finding band names is the worst. But we just brainstormed lots of words that we felt were connected to our experience. And Fàrsan, the phrase "adol Fàrsan" means going roaming or rambling, or so it had that feeling of travel. And we're all immigrants to some extent. In this, you mentioned, in your land acknowledgement, how we're all newcomers here, comparatively. I'm the newest. But we also spend a lot of time on the road, and we love to travel, and it just seemed like and there's kind of distance between us too as well. Like I'm in Onamaki in Cape Breton, and Neil and Katie are in Portland, Maine, as they mentioned, and Elias, who I think he might actually be in the waiting room. I don't know if there's any way of getting him in here, but
Is there an Elias?
Anyway, he's in Portland, Oregon, so we have
another
both
Portland.
Portlands represented. And
Well, let's
and
see if we
some
can get
distance.
Elias in here. Let's welcome Elias. Welcome, Elias.
Hello.
2 Portlands. Wow, it's a twofer. How great is that?
Both Portlands in the house.
And West and East, we love it. So we're just talking about the origins of the band, and we're talking about Portia Beale. Tell me about sort of what speaks to you in your debut album, and what we'll be hearing tonight. What stands out for you, Elias?
Ooh, gosh. Well, so I'm a piper, and that's really what I bring to the band is the pipes and the whistle. And so for me, what's been really lovely about this band is digging into some of these Portia Beale melodies. Oops, are you there?
We can hear you.
Hello? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Sorry, thought I lost you for a second. Digging into some of these Portia Beale melodies and figuring out how to play them on the pipes, because some of them are rather challenging. One of the things that's easy to do in vocal music is to repeat syllables, because you stay on the same note, right? But to use syllables to re-articulate that note again and again. And on the pipes, that's actually quite challenging because you have to use grace notes to repeat that note. So it's kind of a fun challenge to get into playing some of these tunes like that. And I feel that like the vocal music is very, very much at the root of all of the music. And so sort of finding a way to play the words is a really fun exercise, because that's really where a lot of it comes from anyway,
That's fantastic. Well, how would one of you like to introduce your set for us? And then we'll get underway with the fantastic energy of Fàrsan. Who would like to tee it off for us from the group?
No.
Not which one are you playing first?
Well, just the whole set.
The whole set.
Oh,
Just
the whole set.
Give us your best.
Okay, well, it's quite a mixture. There's one set from our album, which is a set of jigs, and I don't know, maybe Katie can introduce them, or I'm not sure how much time we have. But anyway, we've got some fiddle tunes. One of them by the great Andre Beaton, and the other is a Howie MacDonald composition, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so 2 wonderful Cape Breton fiddlers and a Portia Beale at the end. Then we've got a walking song, a milling song from Scotland, but it was also sung in a variation in Cape Breton, Hóró Machuachach, which I learned from Mary Ann Kennedy. We have a dandling song, which is a sweet song for like bouncing a baby on your knee, and that's called Iljavik, and it's the words are this mother who's kind of a little tired and exasperated, and she's trying to get some work done, But her little boy is constantly wanting to be picked up, and so she's saying, okay, yes, I'll pick you up, I'll lift you up to the stars and swoop you down with the fishes in the ocean, even though you're kind of doing my head in a little bit. So we thought that was a perfect pandemic anthem for parents out there trying to work online and look after little ones. And hats off to y'all. You're doing amazing work.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah, and then let me see. So is that what's our oh yes, and then there's another one, Sauna Dul Rolling, which is a push the deal that we kind of slowed down a little bit. And it's basically just about a fella who's going off to court the lassies in Growline, and there are a couple of Growlines, one of which I think is on the Isle of Egg, and I can't remember where the other one is. It's not quite clear where which Growline it's talking about.
Well, I just picture Elias with courting the ladies, I don't know, with that bagpiper and all that good stuff, so there's trouble afoot. There's trouble afoot.
Well, exactly.
Those pipers, you can't
Those
trust
pipers.
I
those
love
pipers.
the
Except
pipes.
in this song, she says, I'm going to take the fiddler. She doesn't want the piper.
Sorry,
she wants
Elias.
the fiddler.
Sorry.
The fiddler who will put silk around her shoulders.
You won
So
out.
sorry, Elias.
Silk one out, Elias. Sorry to say. Well,
See, this is why I'm learning to play the fiddle.
it's probably a good
Excellent.
backup plan. I'm not going to lie to you. Everyone, we are absolutely stoked to kick off the evening with the energetic, the wonderful Fàrsan. Pick up their debut album, download it, and make sure you find these folks out on tour. Everyone, Fàrsan.
is tolkuk shias, Jaris dalias davar ilya vikratoi kudia, davar orin sadix tolkuk sus is tolkuk shias, Jaris dalias davar ilya vikratoi kudia. I hungin I lekain, I hungin I you, I hungin I lekain, hungin is gandokino.
And that was Fàrsan with a Portia Beale with, again, a throw out to the moms out there, that last song, Cheryl. It was just lovely, that lullaby to all the moms with a little baby on their lap. Isn't that beautiful?
It was beautiful. We had it blasting here, folks. It was quite something.
There was a bit of a jig going with the crew, the technical crew here.
Yeah.
We were all just kind of busting it out. I'm not going to lie. What a great way to start it off tonight. And Cheryl, it's been a tough 18 months for all the acts.
I'm not going to lie.
You're one of them.
Yes, it has been.
How can we help?
Well, we have a tip jar, as we did last year. I couldn't believe how generous our fans were last year. I wasn't expecting the incredible generosity. So we're going to be doing the same thing again this year. We're going to be helping to pay the bands with the tip jar money. So if you'd like, we have the tip jar on our website. So on our website, celticfestival.ca, it says tip jar/donate. You can either hit the tip jar portion, or you can scroll all the way down to the bottom and donate to the organization to allow us to keep this going.
Yeah, we want our artists to feel supported. Cheryl, you're one of them. We just heard from Fàrsan, and we have another great artist coming up, and you're going to have a little chat with him. So I'm just going to turn it over to you, and you tell us about our next great gig.
Well, this is Ryan Young coming up, and I found him literally at another one of these kind of events. It was the Folk Alliance event conference in February, and it was held online. It was held virtually, and I went to all the Irish and Scottish rooms, and I found Ryan, and I'd never heard him before. I thought I was just blown away. I'm not going to tell a lie. I don't mean to make you blush, Ryan, but this is Ryan Young, and he's calling in from Scotland. And what time is it in Scotland, Ryan?
It is 20 to 1.
Oh, no. Okay. Past your bedtime. No. A bit. Thank you for being here. I'm so excited to have you. You're new to the Goderich fan base, and I was excited to introduce you to everybody. And he's an incredible fiddler, and we have some music from Ryan. But just tell us what you've been doing the last year, and just tell us what you've been doing the last year.
Well, I've been doing a lot of teaching this last year mainly. Well, there's no gigs, as we all know.
Yeah, there's no gigs.
But I also have something wrong with my hand at the minute too. So it was kind of like this was the time for that to happen, I suppose. But
I know you've sort of had to take some forced time off from playing. Have you written anything while we've been off?
Well, see, most of the tunes that I play, I very rarely write a tune because there's so many amazing tunes already out there. So I never feel like I could write something that would kind of match tunes that already exist. So I don't even try. But I like kind of going through old books. That's kind of my thing. I like going through books and finding tunes that nobody else plays and kind of.
I love that. Yeah. I can't wait for the audience to hear you play. You've done some touring. Have you been to the United States or Canada yet?
I've never been. Well, I played in Cuba. That's as close as I've came, but I've never been to the States or Canada.
Wow. Well, we're going to have to do something about that. Yeah. I hope next year or the year after. Maybe get you to Goderich if we can.
Oh, it would be an actual dream to come and play in person for all you lovely people. So
when did you pick up the fiddle? Like, has fiddle been the thing your whole life?
Yeah, so I only the fiddle, only ever the fiddle. I was about 9 or 10, I think, when I first started. I first started in primary school. It was kind of classical violin lessons we got as a big group, 15 minutes a week, and there's about 8 of us.
15 minutes a week?
Yeah. And it was all classical music, and I never really kind of took to it. And then I heard Ali Bain play on the TV, and this was like Scottish fiddle music, and I was kind of like, wow, I want to do that. And then I really started practicing when I heard Ali. So.
Now, you've explained to me that although you're Scottish and you live in Scotland and you love Scottish music, but you also have a love of Irish music, and you kind of, well, tell us about that.
Well, where I'm from in Scotland, there's not really like a regional style or anything like that. There's like nobody down the road I could go to and say, how do you play this tune? And there was very kind of few people in the village that played traditional music full stop. There were a few, but not very many. And a lady gave me some tapes of some Irish fiddle players from County Clare. So I'm kind of like, I had no idea that was an Irish fiddle style, or it was what a Scottish fiddle style sounded like. I just liked the way they played. And the books I had just happened to be Scottish fiddle tune books. So I'd go pick tunes from these books and then listen to these fiddle players and kind of try and figure it out.
It's amazing. I'm going to keep talking just so we can listen to your accent. I hope you don't mind. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, I don't have an accent. Like over here, everyone says I have the most neutral, like non-accent ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, so I know you've got a little introduction into the pieces you're going to be doing, but I will say that when I watched these pieces, because Ryan's had some issues with his hand, we agreed that we would show some pieces from a little while ago, and he'll explain that in the opening. But what I saw was an incredible young man who is one with his instrument and just, I don't know, brings the music to life like I've not seen before. So I hope everybody enjoys Ryan's music, and you'll be introducing the young lady that you have accompanying you. I think, who is she again?
Yes, so that's Jen Butterworth, and she was actually a teacher of mine when I was a student. So.
She was a teacher of yours, and now she's accompanying you. That's fantastic. I love that. That's great. Thank you so much for staying up and being part of our festival in person. I can't wait to get you out here in real person, and we'll see you hopefully here soon. Thanks so much, Ryan.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, you bet. Everybody, I want you to enjoy the music from Ryan Young from Scotland.
Hello, my name's Ryan Young and I'm a fiddle player from Scotland. I come from a little village called Cardres. I'm very sorry not to be at Goderich this year in person, but I'm delighted to be taking part in the online festival. I'd like to start by saying a huge thank you to Cheryl and all the organisers for having me. And I'd like to say a huge thank you to Cheryl too, because I'm waiting on an operation on my hand, and Cheryl has very kindly said I can use some past videos. So that's what you're going to see. And the tunes I play, they're all very old Scottish tunes, but I grew up listening to lots of Irish fiddle players. So the music you hear from me is somewhere in between. It's not quite Scottish, it's not quite Irish. And in the clips you're going to see, it's Jen Butterworth who's accompanying me on the guitar. So I'll start with a tune called Ben Lomond, which is quite appropriate because I'm very near Loch Lomond. So I hope you enjoy these. was another set of very old tunes. The first is called Oh What Pain I Have Endured Since Last Year, which is maybe quite appropriate given my hand. And then a tune called Caberfay, which means the deer's antlers. And then we have lots of tunes about goats in Scotland, and that one was called To Chase the Goats Off of the Rocks. So I'd like to say another huge thank you to Cheryl and all the organisers at Goderich for having me. And hopefully it won't be too long before I can play for you in person. And I'd be very, very happy if you'd give me a little follow on all the usual places, Facebook and Instagram and things like that. And here's one last set of tunes for you. I hope you enjoy these, and thank you very much for having me.
Can someone please get me a towel? I'm drenched. I was just dancing. I was jigging. That was incredible, Cheryl.
Isn't that awesome? And the comments coming from you guys is amazing. I think you loved them as much as we did.
And you're getting lots of comments,
right?
Getting
great comments from folks. Shout out to everybody who's commenting. Thank you so much. Shout out to those of you at the Park House who are watching us, because I know a lot of our fans right here in Goderich are at the Park House right now, eating lots of food, I hope, having a few adult beverages, watching the Celtic Festival.
And I know Ryan loves goats, but he is the goat, the greatest of all time, Celtic goat, incredible. You know, his accompanist was here about 12 years ago, live at the festival. And think about it, 12 years ago, times that by 2, add 5, and that's the number of years, yes, good at math, that's the number of years that Linda Weeb has producing the Celtic emblem for the festival. So Linda Weeb, she is a star. She's the GOAT.
She is.
The greatest of all time, and she's so much part of the festival that we took a couple seconds to visit with Linda and hear about the history of the Huron heron, which is just behind us. So everyone, let's hear a little bit from Linda.
Hi everyone, I am Linda Weeb and I've been making the art for the festival for the past 29 years, since 1993, and I have a quick story to share with you about this year's art, the Huron heron. The element of air in this Celtic art series is often represented by a long-necked bird seen taking and giving flight to the dancer, house, horse, turtle, bear, stag, hare, dragon. This heron is friend, not family, to the crane, carrying a story from Romano-Celtic imagery in 1st century AD of 3 cranes, a bull, and willow as the tree of life, being chopped by a woodcutter, perhaps as an allegory of winter. The cranes become the soul of the tree, released after its death. This heron is waiting, standing in the watery depths, with feet like the roots of the willow, its tree of life companion, at the river's edge, steadfast to the demands of the ever-changing, flowing water. This heron is waiting, and fishing for the days when we can gather, with our music, dance, storytelling, and artful craft, to swallow this festival whole once again.
Isn't that absolutely gorgeous, Cheryl?
How lucky are we to have Linda right here in Goderich?
And somebody's going to be very lucky, because you can bid on this beautiful, one-of-a-kind piece behind us that has been framed by Elizabeth's gallery.
Yes, Elizabeth's art gallery has been framing these for since the beginning, I think. And she's right on the square in town, and she does some beautiful work this year. It's got sort of a sand, I don't know, I guess
sand
Lake
reminiscent
Huron
of the sand of Goderich. It's beautiful. And again, you can bid on this up till next Friday. You can take this piece home.
The bidding, I apologize.
Please do.
The bidding is just this weekend.
Just this weekend. Okay, so you better get it in fast. And
how can we bid?
How can we bid, Cheryl?
Right there. You can bid by calling Liesl. She's waiting for you right now, 519-524-8221. That's the only way you can bid. The starting bid is $250.
Oh, that's a steal.
Yeah.
That's a steal.
And we hope to go much higher than that.
I think so. And last year it went to the roof. And I have to tell you, you will want this piece at home, because there's so much to unpack in that story that Linda just shared. So I would recommend, it's a great gift, or for your own home, take it. Hey, Cheryl, I have a gift for you. I brought something into the studio, or maybe I should say some people. Are you interested?
I am.
So I was able to coax, cajole, whatever word, coerce, whatever you want to say, a couple of our favorite people.
How hard was that?
It was very difficult. And they're in studio now, and I thought you might want to say hi to them. You may know them.
I do know them.
Who are they?
Oh, they
Can you
are
guess?
founders, Warren and Eleanor Robinson. Thank you guys so much for being here. I mean, Warren and Eleanor Robinson founded this festival, founded the college that we do. We have a week-long Celtic college. They, put all that together from one memorial concert in 1993. Oh, they'll tell you a little bit about it, but they're very special people to so many people.
Oh, yeah.
But they brought me here to take this job on, and all I want to do is to be able to honor all that they've built. And so thank you, Warren and Eleanor. It's really great to have you and the kilt in the studio.
Well, one of the things I want, before I ask Eleanor and Warren, is you have come up with, I think, such a great gift for them on the 29th year, a new focus called the Emerging Artist Showcase, which is named after the Robinsons. Why did you come up with this?
Well, and you'll meet Michael in a few minutes here, but I'd always just, Warren and Eleanor support young artists, have always supported young artists at this festival and in all that they do, whether it's through the theater here in Goderich, whether it's through the conferences that we go to. So I just always wanted to, focus and shed some light on some young up and coming talent from around the world. And nobody does it better than Warren and Eleanor.
That's
so
right.
it was a no-brainer. But
it's funny you say that. They're developer of people, and in a second we're going to invite another special guest in just a little second to talk about how this is all going to work. But I have to get right to our favorite two people, Warren and Eleanor, and I have a question for you both. What does it mean to you to have this new showcase named after you in your honor?
Well, Roz, we were incredibly honored to be chosen as the namesake for the Emerging Artist Showcase from people around the world. And it's just been a dream of ours that our music supports all these young people. And, we have 10 different groups from 10 places in the world. And Brian McNeil was talking about the diaspora not only coming to North America, but going through France and Poland, and we had a group from the Ukraine. So our music has spread.
Yes, it's we've always tried to program what I've called masters and young lions. And of course, the emerging artists are the young lions of the future. And as Ella mentioned, the breadth from places as far flung as Japan, Brazil, the Ukraine has been mentioned, Italy, Spain, and so on and so on. And it was also a great honor to be part of the distinguished jury in selecting the 10 finalists. There were many, many more, and there were several more who could easily have made the top 10. It was a hard decision, which is something we always say, but it's really true in this case because there's some astounding talent out there, and we're so honored that they chose to apply to the Emerging Artist Showcase at our festival. And thanks again to Cheryl and to the Board of Directors for the honor.
Thank you.
Well, you two stay right there because we're probably going to keep you engaged in a conversation as we talk more about this. Cheryl, they are the GOAT. They are the greatest of all time, right? And their fingerprints are on this festival in every single way. And this new showcase, you partnered with a terrific partner out of Toronto, Patrick Farrell, if I got that right, I think I do. Why don't you introduce him and tell us how you two got together. Michael, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Michael. So Michael and I, we have a mutual friend, Dan McDonald. Everybody here knows Dan. He's been here many times. And we were chatting on the phone, the three of us, and Dan left the conversation, and the two of us kept talking, and I think we talked for about 2 hours, just about all things Celtic.
Well, I think you may be grossly underestimating the length of time we've spoken on the phone.
It's been many more hours since then.
And many more after that.
Yeah. The truth of the matter is, Michael and I have never met. This is the first time we're meeting, as it were.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah. So what happened was, Michael, we started talking about Goderich. Michael has a background in dance. And we started talking about all the dance that happens at the Goderich Celtic Festival and the college, and we talked about moving that forward. But then we also started talking about this Emerging Artist Showcase, and he just went to the races. He is the man behind the mask.
You got to know people like that.
Yeah,
you do.
I could not have done any of this without Michael. So Michael, thank you so much for everything. This has been a whirlwind 6 months. But if you want to say a little bit about it.
Yeah, Michael, please, yes.
Absolutely. No, it has been quite a journey, and it was something that both Cheryl and I felt very passionate about. It was something that when I had brought it up to Cheryl that this is something that I'd like to do, and Goderich being known for innovative programming and for its commitment to the Celtic arts, this made sense to have a program like this. And what this program did for me, my view, was it bridged the gap between the Celtic College that supports students of all levels and the A-list performers that Goderich draws from around the world. And now you've got something in the middle that helps out all of those artists that are just starting out, or they need to broaden their reach. And this has been a fantastic journey. And as Cheryl was talking about it, we started talking about it, realized we really felt mutually passionate about this, and it just grew. And Cheryl says, yes, I did go gangbusters on it, and I really did run with it. But I do have to say that we work incredibly well together. We have a really good sync, and that's the reason why all of this came together in the way that it did, because it happened very, very fast.
It did happen very, very fast. Well, and I know that you've not, I don't know if you've met Warren and Eleanor face to face, but I'd love to have them.
We have, no,
yeah, you have.
It may not they may not recall, but I mean, I was there at the start of the festival many years back as an audience member, and then as a performer, because as you mentioned, Dan and I have worked together quite a lot, and Dan is the music director of my dance company. And the dance company did appear at Goderich, and so yes, we do have a long history there. Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic.
Well, I'd like to get to some of the particulars about how this works for our audience.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask both of you. So we have a grand viewing audience. We've got 10, correct? 10 performers in the Emerging Artist Showcase that will show over the weekend. Now, the audience will watch, and they will pick, Cheryl.
They will pick 2 out of the 10, and we have a form up on our website under voting. And I see just a few people have already voted for some of their favorites, but you can only you need to vote for 2 different artists. You cannot vote for the same artist twice, because we're looking to bring 2 artists here next year live in person to the Goderich Celtic Festival with a main stage performance. So if you can get to the voting once you hear these artists, and again, there are 2 votes. You get 1 band per vote. You cannot double up. Yeah, you can't.
And that won't be an easy choice, as Warren was saying. As Warren was saying, it was extremely difficult for the entire jury, and in fact, one of them had said to us after watching all of the entries, this was the most difficult thing I have had to do in my life.
Wow. As a matter of fact, I would like to shout out to the other judges. Of course, Warren and Eleanor were a judge, Michael was a judge, I myself was a judge, and Dan McDonald was also a judge.
Well, one last question I think that would be helpful is, many, as we know, going back to the festival, many artists started, as you both said, at the festival and launched careers.
Yes.
This is a launching point, Michael, for these 10 groups, and 2 in particular. What type of support?
Not kidding.
What type of support are you going to be giving them over the next year for those 2 groups and others?
So this is the beauty of this program, where other programs, where other showcases will offer an artist development aspect to their program. What Goderich is going to offer is unique, which is in keeping with everything else that they do. And what will happen is, over an entire year, the artists will have support. They'll have monthly check-ins with Sharon and I, and they'll have opportunities to work with industry professionals of all descriptions, so that by the end of the year, when they come to perform at Goderich, they will be consummate professionals ready for the international stage, and they will be launched at Goderich.
Fantastic. We're so excited.
We are.
Can we get Warren and Eleanor in
Let's
the
flash
call
them in
too?
one
Can we
more
flash
time.
them in?
One more time.
So
Guys,
there we go.
we're getting ready to introduce the first two. What do you have to say to them? The first two acts.
Well, I'm very, very excited. Of course, we've already seen them as judges. And I just wanted to add one thing. I really want to underscore what Mike had to say about the support throughout the year, which makes it very, very unique. The other thing is that although there will be 2 winners, 10 acts are being showcased. And so who knows who is watching who's going to say, you know what, they would really suit our festival, our concert series, et cetera, et cetera. So it may open the door for many more acts than just 2.
May I also add to that not only will there be other festival directors and producers and booking agents and event planners, but the audience plays a major role in showing their support for artists by liking, sharing, following their social media, by buying their music, and by making this vote. This vote will count. And you can go further than that by really reaching out to the people in your communities who make decisions on bringing in artists and help your artist out.
Well, Michael, thank you for helping explain the program. Warren, Eleanor, thank you to you. And Cheryl, I think it's time that we got underway with the very first. I'm going to mention the first one. You mention the second because it's got a harder name.
Before that, it's kind of like somebody left their keys in the parking lot kind of thing. For those who are watching on YouTube, if you refresh your page, you will be able to see the live chat that is now there.
Keep refreshing.
And so, you know, chat with us on Facebook, chat with us on YouTube, and just refresh your page. Michael, I can't thank you enough for being here. Actually, we're going to chat a little more with you tomorrow. And here it is.
Brilliant. Here it is. So our first one, Michael, Warren, Eleanor, is from County Kerry in Ireland. It's 3 on the Bund. And who's next?
And right after that, it's going to be a cellist from Ireland who now lives in Switzerland. When we said they're from all over the world, they're from all over the world. Her name, I'm going to try this, Cleona Niedan is her name.
All right.
And so here we go with the inaugural Emerging Artist Robinson Emerging Artist Showcase.
wish I had someone to love me, someone to call me their own, someone to sleep with me nightly. I'm weary of sleeping alone. Meet me tonight in the moonlight. Meet me tonight all alone. I have a sad story to tell you, and I'm telling it under the moon. Though this our last night together, nearest and dearest apart, a love that has brought us together is shredded and torn apart. I wish I had someone to love me, someone to call me their own, someone to sleep with me nightly. I'm weary of sleeping I wish I had ships on the ocean. I'd lace them with silver and gold, and I'd sail to the banks of my true love, my darling of 19 years old. I wish I had wings of the swallow, flying out over
Hi, it's Clean and Yeadon from the Celtic Cello. I'd like to play a tune for you called Auron na Leabhar, which translated means the song of the books. And it's really a lament for the books. There was a school teacher in the 18th century called Tomás Rua ó Thuilleoan, and he was moving from one school to another in the Kerry Peninsulas. So he went around the peninsulas by road, but sent all his books across by boat. And alas, all the precious books were lost. And this is the tune he wrote to lament the books. Auron na Leabhar. This is the tune called Milking Croon. It's from the Hebrides in Scotland and was traditionally sung while milking the cows to get richer milk. This is a tune I wrote called Ritual Fire. I envision all of our ancestors would have partaken in fire rituals, dancing, crying, celebrating birth, life, death, everything would have happened around the fire. Ritual fire.
You just saw the first 2 acts in the Robinson Emerging Artist Showcase. Cheryl, our future is in good hands.
It is. It's amazing. There's plenty more to come. And if you want to vote for the Emerging Artist Showcase, because remember, your vote's going to help to bring 2 lucky artists back here next year. You can vote on our website at celticfestival.ca/voting. One vote, one band, 2 bands.
2 bands. Vote for 2 bands.
Vote for 2 bands.
Can't vote for the same band twice.
You can't.
No,
No,
you
you
can't.
can't.
Now, Cheryl, I know you. You know when people see a litter of puppies or a litter of kittens and they get all excited and they want to foster them? You're going to end up with all these bands in Holmesville. I just know it.
Pretty much, because I don't know how anybody's going to choose.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
You know, there have been some people who have been very, very special to us. Do you want to talk about them? Some people have really been behind us on this live stream.
We have some incredible folks. Obviously, everybody here at the station, Faux Pop Media, Mark and everybody here. It's such a joy to work with them, and you as well. Thank you so much. We've got incredible sponsors, so we want to thank all the sponsors. Ontario Arts Council, very instrumental in keeping this program going. The Canadian Heritage people, the town of Goderich, obviously, Bruce Power and Capital Power. And, you know, shout out to folks like Nicole Griffin from Fishbowl Studios. You know, she does all our designing of all our posters that you see around town and online. So thank you, Nicole, because I couldn't do this without you.
And again, for everyone looking at the Huron Heron behind us, that's up for bids. Cheryl, big news. The bid
Big
now
news.
is...
Bid now, drum.
You got the drummer, you're the drummer.
Well, we have Herb from the Park House. Remember, there's a whole bunch of people over at the Park House watching, so big shout out to everybody at the Park House. There's folks from all over the place. People have driven in from London, from Toronto, from all over.
What's the bid? What's the
bid?
bid?
Is,
You're
thanks
keeping-
to Herb, who actually has last year's artwork. Your bid now, folks. You didn't get it in fast enough, but you've got to beat $1,000.
Wow.
He's not going over 1,000, but he wants the bar set right there.
Well-
So that one, right behind Roz, is up for $1,000 or more now.
Well, and you know what, Cheryl? I feel like the shopping network. We have another opportunity right here. It's this beautiful handcrafted, wood-carved Huron Heron by Paul the Maker. He's an incredible artisan, just an absolute wonderful artisan. Last year he made one of these. It was bought by someone in Toronto, I believe.
It was bought very, very, very quickly. As soon
This
as
is
we
for
talked
sale.
about it, this
is
is for sale.
$1,750, which is a steal for such an artful craftsmanship.
You've got your glasses on. I don't. Can you read up how people can get a hold of Paul?
Well, how do you get to hold of Paul? Let me tell you, Paul the Maker. So again, you can give him a call. You just go to his website. That's probably the easiest, paulthemaker.ca. And that's where you go to put in, hey, I want to buy this.
Hey, I actually do want to buy this.
Well,
it's absolutely
get on it
stunning.
because he's
Yeah, I
going to
know.
want to know. People are going to
I
want
know.
this, and they're going to want the Huron Heron. It's
Yep.
now up to $1,000. Beat Herb. Herb is okay if you outbid him. He's absolutely okay.
He's fine with that.
He's fine with that. So please do.
What
What else? Tip jar.
Well, tip jar. If you are not comfortable tipping online or putting your credit card through online, you can call Liesel, who is straight at the back of the stage here, live in person, taking your order, as it were.
And it's filling up.
It is. So give her a call, 519-524-8221, and Liesel will take all your information if you want to donate to the tip jar or to the organization as a whole.
We love that. And again, thank you everyone for being part of this. Hey, we've talked a lot about stories so far tonight, and Linda, and the story of the festival itself. We have another incredible storyteller, an actual storyteller.
Yep. I
right
know
now.
that storytelling is a big part of many Goderich festivals going back, and people have been asking, bring back storytelling. So we did.
We did. So Brad Woods is coming to join us, and we're going to see him next. And so sit back. This is where you want your comfy beverage of choice. This is like a
Your
great...
munchies?
Yeah, your munchies.
Maybe your wings from the Park House?
Why not?
Why
Why
not?
not? Or wherever you are listening, let's get a little bit storyfied by Brad Woods.
Hi, my name is Brad. I'm a storyteller from Guelph, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today. I'm really thankful that you're all here, that you're choosing to be here to just to sit and listen to some stories. What a great way to spend some time together. Isn't that amazing? So thanks to the people who put this on. You know, it's strange doing this virtually. It's strange looking into a camera instead of looking, sitting there with the audience. But I'm so impressed with the folks, the organizers of these events that have able to put these on virtually. And so thank you so much for being here, for being willing to listen to some stories, and for putting on these events. Thank you all. It's a real thrill and an honor to be a part of it. It really is. So back around the turn of the century, the American author Mark Twain took a trip around the world, and he wrote a book called Following the Equator. It's this amazing collection of adventures and anecdotes and stories. One of my favorite parts of the book is where, you know, Mark Twain and a bunch of men sort of retired to a lounge to sit in big leather chairs and talk about really important things. There was men from Canada and Australia and America and England and, of course, Scotland. And they got to discussing how the Scots pronounce their words. And a very heated discussion broke out about how the Scots pronounce the number 3. Now, while most of the Scottish men around that table insisted that while they pronounce it 3, Scottish peasantry pronounce it thray. But there was one lone Scot who was just as adamant that all Scots pronounce it 3. Well, most of the men around that table had enough respect for what I call Scottish passion to just stay out of that argument, stay out of that discussion altogether. All but one, Mark Twain. Unable to just, you know, sit by and watch an uneven fight, he joined in on behalf of that one guy and said, come on, of course all Scots pronounce it 3. Well, an ominous silence filled the room. How dare he, an uneducated American, tell them, the Scots, how they pronounce their words? He took such wicked verbal abuse, such a vicious tongue lashing, until finally, cowering back in his chair, he said, okay, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I've been mistaken by Robbie Burns. Well, at the mere mention of the great poet's name, a reverent hush filled the room. And what does Robbie Burns say? Asked one very, very red-faced man. And Mark Twain recited this poem. He said, there were no born but 3, 1 at the breast and 2 at the knee. And so that was it. The discussion was over. The argument was settled. Because no Scot dare be so disloyal or profane to question what the great Robbie Burns had made so perfectly clear. And it was on that night that Mark Twain decided that honesty isn't necessarily the best policy. You see, he made up that little poem just to save face with those men. And for me, that's what storytelling's all about. It's about knowing exactly what to say and exactly when to say it. One of the things I love best about being at these kind of events and being able to participate in these kind of events is just all the opportunity there is to listen. Whether it's stories or songs or poems or recitations, I just love hearing the accents, the strong, wide, rich brogue, or the traditional Scots, or even some of the original Gaelic language. I think it's so incredible. So that's what this story is about. It's about knowing the value of a second language. So in the farmhouse up in northern Scotland, the mama mouse was very proud and very protective of her children, like most mothers. And she wanted more than anything to be able to provide for them and make sure they were safe and happy and healthy. And so one of her goals was always to get all the baby mice into the kitchen, under the fridge and around the stove, where they could sort of that's where all the crumbs fall. And so, but the thing she had to be careful was, she did not want to run into the big, bad cat. And so once a day, Mama Mouse would stick her head out the mouse hole, and she would look, around the corner to make sure the coast was clear. And then she'd look at all the little baby mice, and she'd say, shh. And then she'd say, follow me. And they'd scurry down the hallway until they got to where the living room was. And she'd stop them at the door into the living room. And she would stick her head in and she would look out in and around across the living room. And if the coast was clear, she would look at all the baby mice and she would say, shh, follow me. And they would scurry across the living room floor until they got to the dining room. And when they're at the door of the dining room, she would stop them all. And she would bravely stick her head into the dining room and she would look up and down and around to make sure, the coast was clear. And if it was, she would say to all the baby mice, she would signal them to follow her, and they would run across and scurry and run and scurry across the dining room floor, and they would get right to where the kitchen is, and she would stop them there at the kitchen. She would stick her head in through the kitchen door and she would look around to see if the coast was clear. And that's where she saw the big, bad cat. And so she looked at her baby mice very seriously and she said, shh. And then she stood up straight, took a big breath, cleared her voice, and in the loudest, clearest voice that she had, she said, and that old cat took off like a shot. And all the mice followed their mama into the kitchen and under the fridge and around the stove and in the back behind, where they could eat and eat and eat all the crumbs, and they could eat till their heart's content. And that is the value of having a second language. So a lot of Scottish stories feature the fox. That sly old fox. Oh man, he's great to listen to stories about, but boy, he's a greasy little character, isn't he? He's always out trying to catch a rooster or a chicken, and sometimes he gets his lunch, but most of the time, he gets what he deserves. So one morning, the fox is sneaking around the barn at the farm, and he's just before the sun has come up. It's still dark out, and he's waiting for one of the chickens to come out of the barns, or even better, one of the big roosters to come out when the sun comes up. And he's sort of just slinking around in the half light waiting, when all of a sudden, sure enough, here comes the rooster. The rooster's coming out. And he's yawning and he's wiping his eyes, wiping the sleep out of his eyes. And he's coming out to cockle-doodle-doo to wake up the farmer and everybody in the house. And he sort of puffs up his chest and he's just about to crow. And the fox says, psst, hey, buddy. He says to him, did you know that if you close your eyes real tight and tilt your head way back, you'll cock-a-doodle-doo louder than ever before? Well, the rooster likes the sound of that. He thinks, well, that's a good idea. I'm going to try that. And so he shuts his eyes real tight. He tilts his head way back. And then all of a sudden, the fox grabs him by the neck with his teeth. He's got him right in the grips of his jaw. Oh, he's so happy he's going to grease his chin on the way home. And so he's running home feeling really good about himself because he got the rooster. But the farmer's wife had been watching the whole thing through the kitchen window, and she comes running out of the kitchen with a wooden spoon in her hand, and she says, hey, you greasy fox, come back here. That's my rooster. And the fox, thinking he is as smart as a whip, looks over his shoulder and says, you mean it used to be? And when he says so, opens his mouth to say that, of course, the rooster just pops out. Back to the barn, flutters and flies up to the top of the barn, and all this right as the sun is rising. And right when he's up on top of the barn with the fox there sitting in disbelief that he got away, that rooster shuts his eyes real tight. and he tilts his head way back, and in the loudest, clearest voice, he cockle-doodle-doos and wakes up the entire farm. And from that day until this, the rooster always goes to the top of the barn to crow and cockle-doodle-doo early in the morning when the sun comes up. Not just to wake up the farmer, but also to remind the fox about the time that he got away. All right. There's another one about another little wee beastie. It's actually a story about two brothers. One's from the country and one's from the city. And the brother from the country goes to visit his brother in the city. And they decide to go out for a walk, just to chat and catch up and that sort of thing. And they're walking along this busy street, and it's busy and it's crowded and people are pushing and shoving and yelling and screaming. And they get to a really busy intersection where there's motorcycles and cars and trucks all kind of ripping through the intersection, and there's guys begging for money, and there's guys selling blue jeans out of cardboard boxes, and lights are flashing, and horns are honking, and tires are squealing, and trucks are rolling through, and streetcars are thundering through, and they can feel the rumble of the subway under their feet and the din of the construction overhead. It was so loud you couldn't actually hear anything. And then all of a sudden, the brother from the country says, "Hey, listen, I think I hear a cricket." And his brother from the city laughs at him and says, "Are you crazy? I can't even hear myself think out here. How could you possibly hear a cricket?" And he says, "No, listen real carefully. Yeah, I hear a cricket." And so he walks over to one of those cement boxes that are filled with soil, and they have one spindly little tree in them that make the city so beautiful. They push aside a bunch of cigarette butts and McDonald's wrappers, and sure enough, there in the dirt is a cricket. And the brother from the city says, "That's incredible." He says, "That's amazing. That's unbelievable. How do you do that?" And his brother from the country says, "Oh, it's nothing really. Watch this." And he reaches deep into his pocket and he pulls out a handful of change, quarters and nickels and dimes. And he scatters them down onto the sidewalk in front of where they're standing. And every car in every direction comes to a screeching halt. Every head on every corner stops and stares. And he said, "See, if you listen real carefully, you hear what you want to hear. You hear what you like to hear. And you hear what you need to hear." And so today, at the festival between the music and the songs and the stories, I hope everybody hears something they like to hear. Thanks again for having me. Thank you all so much for being here. And thanks so much for listening.
Storytelling back at the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival.
I love it. And it is so part of the history of passing along traditions. And you hear it in song. We typically think about it in song, but we hear this time and time again, the importance of sharing tradition, but also opening yourself up to new stories. So thank you for that, Brad.
Speaking of stories, I want to just shout out to my band Runa and a special little Runatic named Liam. If you're watching, Liam, I miss you and I can't wait to see you.
On the road. Hey, Cheryl, we got a few shout outs before we go to one of our big acts.
Okay.
I'm really excited about. We want to thank our vendors. Typically this time, if we were live together, we'd be all walking around Harbor Park, looking at vendors, all our favorite people, buying all sorts of things. They couldn't be here, but yet they are.
Yeah, we asked them all to send out little shout outs and give us a little story about their work and where we can find them during the whole rest of the year.
And you know what else you can find right now, and you can find it online, that's at the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival website. You can order your very own t-shirt, just like any other year.
Yep, any other year. It's got the Huron Heron on it, and again, Linda Weeb did such a wonderful job of presenting our artwork, and it's we got the t-shirts for sale. I know a lot of you have already purchased your t-shirts. Thank you so much for your support. In fact, we're running out of them, so if you want to get your t-shirt, get onto the website, celticfestival.ca, and there's instructions there on shipping and what to buy and how to buy. We've got blankets.
Yeah.
We've got blankets. I know you have a t-shirt.
I have a t-shirt. Actually, we have two t-shirts.
Okay.
Tina and I both have them, and they fit wonderfully.
Perfect.
And they're light. As a woman, sometimes like they breathe, they're lighter, and they just, I don't know, they just fit this year in a way I can't tell you. I love it.
I'm glad you guys like it.
Love
and
it.
I know
Love
you
it.
guys are going to love these shirts, so please help support us and buy your t-shirt. For the folks who live in town, if you don't have your t-shirt yet, one of our biggest supporters is Kevin Soner from And So On. And he's going to be, since we're going to be here tomorrow, he's going to be selling our t-shirts and some blankets for those who are in town at the market tomorrow in the parking lot at the livery. So go bug Kevin.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, really, that's actually half the fun is bugging Kevin.
If you can't afford or don't want to put in a bid on the $1,000 heron, hey, a shirt, why not? You can wear a shirt.
And the blankets, oh my God. So I have one from every year.
Oh, I
They're
bet you
so
do.
cuddly, they're great for a nap.
You're going to need them when all those people from the emerging artists come and stay with you in Holmesville. I can't believe it. 10 groups, that's a lot, Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl, let's take a chance right now and get a chance to hear from all our vendors. We'll just take a few minutes, and then we're going to go on to a very big act.
Hello, I'm Bridget Wolf, and I've been doing stained glass for almost 40 years. Back in 1993, I was invited to attend the first ever Celtic Roots Festival. At the time, there were no expectations, and I think I was one of 10 original craft artists. Since then, the festival has grown, and for many years, I also taught stained glass at the Celtic College. The experience brought together a number of Celtic artists who became friends and was the foundation of an arts collective that we called Androhid the Bridge, a name chosen to suggest a bridge between traditional Celtic arts and the modern world. Besides teaching our classes, the week was filled with endless art-related conversations, the search for the next great session, wonderful camaraderie, and a general lack of sleep. One of my students once described Celtic College as summer camp for adults. The Bridge habitually presented art-related topics at the music sessions that happened at the livery after classes, and often instigated collective art projects which invited the participation of students and the general public. I have lots of great memories and have attended, with few exceptions, every Celtic festival since the first one. I no longer teach, but I continue to work in stained glass, delighting in the interplay of light through glass. My work is available here in town at the Goderich Co-op Gallery, which is downstairs from Elizabeth's on the square, and in Waterloo at the Canadian Clay and Glass Gallery. I'm also available for custom work. I enjoy finding creative solutions for people who want to enliven their environment through glass. Contact me through my website, www.reflectionsglass.ca. The link is here on the Celtic Festival website as well. Have a great festival. Bye.
Hey everyone, this is Josh from House Guitars in Goderich, and I want to say a warm welcome to all you who have tuned in to this year's virtual Celtic Festival. I am a luthier building flat-top steel string acoustic guitars and guitar bazookies, and normally I'd have a tent set up at the festival where you could drop by and test out my instruments. It's sad that I'm not going to have the opportunity to do that in person with you this year, but I want to say a big thank you to all the festival staff that have worked so hard to put on this virtual festival and have included artisans such as myself in it. If you care to see my work, follow what I do, please visit houseguitars.com. Follow me on Instagram or Facebook, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to visit in person at the 2022 festival. I look forward to seeing you there.
Sweets and Treats just opened their new location in Blythe. It's an awesome store filled with everything yummy. From candies, cheese ball mixes, mixed fills, caramel fills, barks, dipped, bulk chocolates, vegan chocolates, giftware, no sugar added, pop shop pop. There's almost everything here, including gelato. Drop by Sweets and Treats, 413 Queen Street, right downtown Blythe. Have a sweet day.
Hi, Celtic Fest. We miss you so much. We have the Sweet Love Eats food truck here. My name's Nicole. We did the meals for the Celtic College, and we also brought our truck to the festival. Most popular thing we had was our haggis tacos. Those were always a hit. And we hope to see you in person next year. But until then, enjoy the virtual festival. It's going to be amazing. They have so much great stuff lined up for you. And we will eat food and be together as soon as we can. Take care. Bye.
Cheryl, gelato. Did you see the gelato
Did you
in
see
Blythe?
all the treats in Blythe?
Hello.
Hello.
Can we just put on some music and you and I will take a drive?
Yeah,
Hello.
right.
And what
Hey,
about Josh?
Josh. We love Josh. Everybody loves Josh. I got to tell you a quick story. We had workshops all week long. The Celtic College was kind of like back where it needs to be, and we had workshops from Liz Carroll and Michael Rooney and David Rankin. It was a fantastic week. Brian McNeil was the last workshop, and he showed off 2 Josh House guitars that he bought while he was here. I highly doubt he had anticipated bringing home 2 new guitars. I'm sure his wife wasn't expecting that either. But he just went, I just want to tell you, Josh, he just went all crazy about your guitars and could not say enough good things. And that's what's fantastic about this festival. The musicians, they love it just as much as the fans do. And speaking of fans, I got to shout out to the Bongies and the Bates and everybody who's having a watch party out close to London there. Thank you guys so much for your support.
Yeah, no one ever expects to come home with guitars, but you do. You do. Let's be honest. There's an instrument in our future, and that's what happens at the festival. Okay, it's exciting because what's next, Cheryl, is the Ennis Sisters. If this is a group that you've been waiting to see, one of my favorites. My favorites. They're just such a special trio, aren't they? It's
They
3
are
sisters, incredible from their latest album, Keeping Time.
Yeah, their latest album and the album before was produced by Alan Doyle of A Great Big Sea, and
Incredible.
they just cannot say enough good things about Alan. I love Alan.
I love Alan. You know, one of their songs, "Go Rosie Go," to me is like an anthem for girls. It's like the Pink of Celtic. You know, it's like "Go Rosie Go," and I love that song.
You're gonna love this set from them because they had a little bit amount of just had fun.
They had fun. Okay, they weren't vibing.
They were just
okay.
giggly. They were
giggly.
Yeah, wait, you can't wait.
Okay,
just wait.
well, let's just go to it because they are. I've been eager to see them all night. So everyone, the Ennis Sisters.
Hi, it's the Ennis Sisters, and we're coming to you live from St. John's, Newfoundland. We're so excited to be a part of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival.
Absolutely.
It's one of our favorite festivals.
Yes, although I've never been there.
No,
it's such a wonderful festival. I hope I get to visit one day.
Yeah. Well, if we play our cards right, we may be invited
Let's see how
back.
this set goes.
Yes.
So we're going to start off with a song that I wrote called The Daughters of Newfoundland. If you know any of these songs that we play, sing out wherever you are. You have such beautiful voices. We had to do a choir there when we were there the last time, and it was an amazing experience. So we know there's wonderful musicians. So here we go, Daughters of Newfoundland. We are like the water flowing through this land, ever changing like the season, giving life to where we stand. We're the keepers of a fire, a never-ending flame, burning for all in father's firm command to the frozen land above us, where a heartbeat keeps the time, in the spirit of our sister dancing in the northern sky. And we rise every morning and shine out over the hills. We roar louder than the ocean ever will. We're as solid as the rock on which we stand. We're the daughters of Newfoundland. We're the daughters of Newfoundland. We are fierce, we are bold, the menders of the broken souls, forging on like the ones that came before, each one holding the power in her hand to turn a mountain into a grain of sand. We are of the earth, though we keep reaching for the sky, with the faith of our mothers as constant as the tides. And we rise every morning and shine out over the hills. We roar louder than the ocean ever will. We roar louder than the ocean ever will. We're as solid as the rock on which we stand. We're the daughters of Newfoundland. We're the daughters of Newfoundland.
Awesome. We got through it.
We did.
We are, it's July here now.
Yes, it is.
We're still waiting for summer.
Still waiting, although we had a lovely June.
We had a lovely June.
But when July hit, it went downhill for a while there, but I think it's going to rebound. We have to hope that summer will come eventually.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why we live here, is for the hope.
For the hope.
Hope of summer. But they say this is the Caitlin weather.
Yeah.
Right? So
There's a lot of whales this year, hey?
Yeah.
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 No icebergs.
No, not
that,
this
that
year.
I've seen.
No.
Which is good, because that would just make it colder.
We don't want it colder. No.
But no, but they do. They say it's going to be turning around soon. So, and that's a segue into this next song, which has nothing to do with summer. But it's a song that that Maureen wrote. It was probably this time of year, actually, because I was engaged, and my wedding was going to be happening in September. So my husband actually went to Maureen and said, I would love to have a song that Karen can dance with her father to at the wedding. Yeah. And he wanted to play, too.
That's right, yeah.
So, because he plays accordion. So Maureen went away and she wrote this song about our dad and all the memories that we had of him when we were little girls, dancing with him to all of the Newfoundland and Labrador waltzes, and he was such a good dancer.
Such a great dancer. If you got to dance with Dad, it was the best dance of the night.
And which was such a perfect song for our first dance, me and Dad's first dance.
Yeah.
Because it just brought us right back to that time.
And, you know, he was having memory issues at the time, and when he danced with Karen, it was like he was right there with her, and it was such a special moment.
And he loved this song.
Yeah.
And he loved me. So.
And me and Teresa as well.
Thank you.
So it's a song called Keeping Time.
Looking back on my childhood, to the simpler days of my youth, it's hard to find a happier time than when I was dancing with you. I remember those Newfoundland waltzes with the crowd all 3/4ing in twos. And from left to right to the tiny red light, we danced the whole again. I love keeping time with you. When the St. John's Waltz started playing, I don't think my feet touched the floor. And then you swung me round from the squidjig and ground to the northern lights of Labrador. And whenever I hear those songs playing, I think of the joy that they brought. Wave over wave on a gray foggy day, sweet forget-me-not. Dance with me and we'll glide along, just like we used to do. With music and friends we will go round again. I love keeping time with you. Dance with me and we'll glide along, just like we used to do. With music and friends we will go round again. I love keeping time with you. I love keeping time with you.
Two for two. That's
Yeah,
great.
not bad. We haven't sang these songs in such a long time, and it's so nice to sing them again.
So we're going to do a song that is about Teresa's daughter, Rosie.
That's right. Maureen wrote this song, actually, about my daughter, Rosie, who is amazingly going to be 8 next month.
How is that amazing, Teresa?
Because I feel like she was just born.
That's right.
And now she's going to be 8, and her feet are size 3.
I can't get over.
We can kind of wear the same shoes now.
Maureen and
I mean,
Rosie
it's still
have
a little bit tight, but close.
Similar size feet.
I know.
And she keeps measuring herself, and she's like, Mom, I'm only, she's less than a foot shorter than me now.
That's amazing. She's so tall.
If
and
she
she's
keeps
still
growing,
so wonderful.
she'll eventually get taller. If she keeps growing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that, Karen. Thank you for educating us. But no, this is a song that we put on our last album, which is called Keeping Time. And it's a song that Maureen wrote for Rosie. I think she did a great job capturing her spirit because she's a little firecracker.
She really is.
She's got a mind
She's
of her own.
fearless.
Yep.
Yeah, and I love her.
Here we go. So do I.
It's called Go,
And
Rosie,
she
Go.
loves you most times, I think.
She loves you most times, Karen.
Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, hey, now, Rosie, where you going to? Dressed up in your cape and boots, running off to save the day with nothing in the world to lose. Heading to the top of the highest hill, there's not a cloud in sight. All systems set to go, believing with all your might. Fly, Rosie, fly away wherever you want to go, and don't let the gravity pull you to the ground below. And remember how you feel right now, don't ever let them tell you no, and don't let it slow you down. Go, Rosie, go. Oh, go, Rosie, go. Woo-hoo! Oh, hey, now, Rosie, what's the world look like from up in the atmosphere? Flying up above it all with the wind blowing through your hair. gently, it's in your hands. Hey, now, Rosie, you're going to find if your arms are open wide and you throw yourself into the wind, you'll never run out of sky. Fly, Rosie, fly away wherever you want to go, and don't let the gravity pull you to the ground below. And remember how you feel right now. Don't ever let them tell you no, and don't let it slow you down. Go, Rosie, go. Oh, fly, Rosie, fly away wherever you want to go, and don't let the gravity pull you to the ground below. Remember how you feel right now. Never let them tell you no, and don't let it slow you down. Go, Rosie, go. Oh, go, Rosie, go. Oh, go, Rosie, go. Go, Rosie, go. Go, Woo!
Go, Rosie.
Such a fun song.
Well, that's 3 for 3.
That's right.
I mean, that's a home run. if
I'm
you're
so
asking
glad
me.
we have you here keeping track of that, Karen.
Yeah, I'm a good counter.
You were.
So we're going to do a song now. We've been actually, the last several months, have been working on a new CD with Alan Doyle. I don't know if anyone out there knows Alan Doyle, but he's kind of a big deal. So he thinks.
And that's why he's working with us. so.
No, that's why he's working with us. No, Alan is the most amazing musician, producer. We
Yeah.
are so excited that we got to do, because we did our last CD with Alan.
Yeah.
And so we're excited that we got to go and do another one with him.
Yeah.
And we're going to do a song that...
We should also mention that Peter Green is engineering our CD, and he's actually back here.
He's back there. I don't know.
You can't see him. He's out of the
Can't see him. He's
frame.
kind of out of frame, but he helped us set up the sound system today, and
Well, he didn't help us. He actually did
he
it.
actually he's helping us sound better.
He's helping us sound.
Yeah, that's right.
He's helping us sound.
So, but this is a song that we just recorded on this, and it's been reworked probably, 5 or 6
Yeah.
times.
I think I rewrote this song 3 times.
Yeah.
So far. And I guess it's pretty done now.
I hope so.
It's done because we just recorded it, so
That's
it's done.
Can't go
think
back
That's
now.
right. It's cemented in. But it's a song I wrote with Perry Chafe. It's called A Song Where I Come From.
I guess it's about a song where you come from.
There's no other, you don't need to say
Probably
anything
don't
else.
need to explain it.
No, but thank
More
you
than
for
that.
saying that. The struggle is real. I'm just going to say that before we start the song. How a song can take me back when I've been away so long. It makes me feel a little bit closer to where I belong. So give me those sweet sounding melodies and let it wash down over me till I'm back safe upon your shore. If it's about rising up from hard times, kerosene and candlelight and wine, and getting up on deck, or being shipwrecked and running the old black rum. If it's about far-off dreams and big seas, music in the kitchen swinging round she, catching a hold and letting go, that's a song where I come from. Somehow the coldest nights just seem to melt away, and I forget all the reasons I couldn't stay, leaving those heartwarming memories, and I'm right back where I wanna be, and I couldn't want for nothing more. If it's about rising up from hard times, kerosene and candlelight and wine, and getting up on deck, or being shipwrecked and running the old black rum. If it's about far-off dreams and big seas, music in the kitchen swinging round she, catching a hold and letting go, that's a song where I come from. You sing about Rocky Mountain highs and New York State of mind, California dreaming, and that walking in Memphis feeling. Oh, but It's about rising up from hard times. Kerosene and candlelight and wine, and getting up on deck, or being shipwrecked and running the old black rum. If it's about far-off dreams and big seas, music in the kitchen swinging round, she catching a hold and letting go. That's a song where I come from. That's a song where I come from. That's a song where I come from.
We did it.
Yeah, we did. That was I was a
That's
little nervous
brand
about
new.
that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because we haven't actually sung that one.
And you've been
This is
struggling
the
with
first time. That's not
You
where the
think,
struggle is, Karen.
You've
No.
been struggling with your parts. So.
Yeah, right.
But no, we are excited. We're not sure exactly when we're going to release the CD, but it's pretty much.
There's a lot of summer songs on this
There are. So we figured a good time to release it would be in the winter.
next winter.
Yeah. So that we
Because then you're really,
you're
know,
looking forward to summer then.
you
right?
look forward to summer even more.
That's right.
Makes you crave summer.
But we'll have all the information out on our social medias, right, Maureen?
That's right.
Of when things are going to happen, right,
That's
Maureen?
right.
She handles all that.
I
see?
handle social media. I think that's what the hint is about. Yes, I will make sure
Everybody
that we
knows,
post that
because
information.
everybody out there is so excited too to know these things.
It's a really good CD. We're very, very proud of it.
We're
And
so
it was something
excited.
that, during these the pandemic was something really nice to work on and work toward.
Absolutely.
And working with Alan Doyle and, of course, Peter Green.
Yeah. Peter's amazing.
Yeah,
I wish you could
they're
see
all
him. He's so
amazing.
very handsome.
He might poke his head out at some
might-
point.
He's not going to.
No, he said he's not.
He's not going to.
But we've come to the end of our set. Thank you so much to Cheryl for inviting us to,
Yes,
to
and
be
Mark.
a
And
part.
Mark, yeah, thank
for doing the technical end of things.
Absolutely.
And of course, thank you to Peter. We hope that we get to come out and actually play next year,
Yeah.
festivals and maybe
And
even
be
the
together
fall.
in the same space would be so nice.
I mean, we
Yeah.
love being able to do things virtually, but it's not the same.
It's definitely not
like,
the same.
It's I don't get that immediate feedback
Yeah.
that I crave.
That you crave and
Yeah.
that you need.
I need.
Yeah.
My meter is run low. So the least you can do is just send compliments.
That's right. those laughy face emojis.
A laughy face would be fine.
Yeah,
That's
hearts.
right. At this point,
Hearts,
and hearts.
thumbs up.
Yeah.
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 That would be great because my soul needs it.
So you know what? This is a good song to end with then.
Yes.
Let's end with Shine Your Light. And again, thank you so much for asking us to be a part of
This
this.
was so much fun.
Can't wait to come out and see everybody in person.
You need to be a part of this
Yeah,
festival.
you do.
It's such a good time.
And the people are amazing. It's just such a great festival.
So here it is. This is a song we can definitely all sing along to together.
Yeah.
In troubled times, when your heart's so heavy and you can't trust your mind, when the days hurt all over and the nights are just as kind, I can see you crying. A single light lost among the billions and burning with all your might. What does it really matter if you feel so out of sight? But I can see you trying. You'll be fine, put your light next to mine. Together we can face the darkest night. We're all stars, you've just forgotten that you are. But you'll be fine, put your light next to mine. Forging on, piercing through the shadows, we'll illuminate the dawn and see all our broken pieces are what really makes us strong. I can see you shining. You'll be fine, put your light next to mine. Together we can face the darkest night. We're all stars, you've just forgotten that you are. Oh, you'll be fine, put your light next to mine. you'll be fine. Put your light next to mine. Si la nuit est trop sombre, put your light next to mine. Tu peux venir avec put your light next to mine. Nous allons gagner la bataille. Put your light next to mine. Let's sing this part together. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light. That's it. And there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and makes the light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Where there's no light, shine your light, and there'll be light. Thank you, Goderich.
Well, they certainly let their light shine. Weren't they amazing, Cheryl?
Well, always. The Ennis Sisters are a treasure. They're a Canadian treasure, and I know that everybody online love them, and we have a few new fans for the Ennis Sisters, I think.
And the emojis were there. I
Yeah,
saw
all the
them.
emojis, the clapping
I saw them.
hands, and the
Yeah.
smiley faces, and my text messages are blowing up, the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I saw them a couple years ago in Bayfield, Ontario, and
lucky are
stole
you?
my. I know, it stole
Really?
my heart. I got a little. I got a.
Did you? I'm sure you did. And we were singing. We were all
We
singing.
were singing. We're singing. Cheryl, I've got some good news and bad news,
Yeah.
depending on your perspective. Bad news if you wanted Paul the Maker's art, because good news, it has sold. Paul the Maker's one-of-a-kind art. But there's a special, beautiful story
There
to
is.
go along
There
with
is.
this sale.
I'm going to read
and
that.
will you share that with us?
I am going to share
Beautiful.
that. This is a very special thing. Paul just sent me a message that the couple that bought the fire dragon last year, if you recall, that was the piece that Paul did of the dragon. Last year, the same couple bought this one, and that's Peter and Sue from Toronto. They are longtime festival attendees. Now, this part is, this is amazing. So Sue is blind. And when Paul hand-delivered the dragon to them last year, he drove down to Toronto and he brought them the dragon. She said that she wanted it so that she could see Linda's beautiful artwork via her touch. And that's why they bought that last year. And they were the ones to call in tonight. Sue also said that the heron this year reminds her of all the herons who visited her mother's backyard north of London. So Peter and Sue, you know, I want to dedicate tonight's music to you, because that's quite something. Thank you for letting us share your story. Thank you for attending the festival. Thank you for supporting the music and supporting artists like Paul.
I have goosebumps, Cheryl.
Yeah.
That's such a beautiful story, and that not fair.
Yeah,
You're making me
I know,
cry
I'm
here.
sorry.
But that's okay, because we have a terrific man in our virtual green room
Yeah, that's right.
that you have been dying to speak
I
with
have,
before we
yeah.
see his great act. So I'm going to let you take over, and I'm just going to weep silently over here.
Fair enough. Thanks a lot. Hey, we have here our next artist coming up is Alexis and Mélissandre. They are from Quebec, and they are an incredible duo. We've had Mélissandre here before at Goderich. She was here as a dancer. Some of you may remember she taught at the Celtic College, and she danced her way through the festival. It was her first time here, and now we have Alexis Chartrand from, are you calling from Montreal?
Yes, I'm at home in Montreal.
Bonjour, that's my hometown, so welcome,
Yeah.
welcome. Thank you for being here with us. Can you tell us a little bit about because it's so different, what you two have decided to do. How did you meet, and who came up with the idea to do a duo like this?
So, I mean, I met Mélissandre, like I met everyone in the traditional music scene in Quebec. You know, we all end up meeting in a festival, in a session, in some workshop somewhere.
Or with Gilles. I bet you Gilles had a little something to do with this. No, Gilles?
Maybe, but I mean, my dad had something to do with it because my dad, Pierre Chartrand, he was step dancing with Mélissandre for a long time too.
That's cool.
And so I was around. I was learning fiddle, and growing up in a family of dancers, I was always interested and busy playing for and with dancers and step dancers. And I had the occasion in 2018 to spend a whole month in the ville of Joliette in La Naudière, where the very famous festival Mémoire et Racines happened. And so they offered me to spend a month there in 2018 in the summer and to work with any Lanaudois artist that I wanted. And obviously I insisted that it was Mélissandre. And so we had a month to create a show, and I wanted it to be just, fiddle and step dancing, and to explore what could happen with, just by fiddling the tunes that I've been carrying for a few years, some step dancing tunes, some song melodies that I've learned, and to see what would happen with Mélissandre's amazing creativity with her steps, both sonically and in her gesture. Because Mélissandre has an amazing language that she developed, combining ideas that come from step dancing, from contemporary dance, and from ballet.
And the music that you play to accompany her dancing, is it all traditional? Are there any pieces that maybe you wrote or somebody wrote?
So it's when we started working together, Mélissandre was offering some ideas, and I quickly said, like, everything's going to be fiddle music, except I'm going to make it work for whatever you want to do.
That's great.
But every time it's all traditional melodies. I think there's a composition by Richard Forêt, a Québécois fiddler that I also grew up around. But it's all tunes from Québécois fiddlers, from Québécois singers, and from Québécois accordion players. There's clogs, there's reels, there's jigs. There are some slow song melodies. But it all comes from Québécois folklore.
That's fantastic. This is a special duo, and I hope to have you guys both here to teach and to be part of the festival in person. It's just fantastic. A little side note that Mélissandre is pregnant at the moment, at the time that you recorded this video for us, so that when she told me that, I was like, are you kidding me? You're gonna dance now? You're gonna dance? I said, you could send us something else, but she said, nope, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this right. So very excited. Please give her my wishes, and everybody. The Goderich Celtic Roots Festival has a very special relationship with Quebecois music and Quebecois artists. So, this is just perfect for tonight's event. So thank you so much for being here. Do you want to say anything about? Do you want to say anything about? Can you tell us about the setting that you recorded this? Because I know it's a special place that you videoed.
So we made sure to record a little bit in advance, because with the pregnancy we didn't want to get too bellied out, and so we recorded that performance a few months ago already. And we were really lucky to be able to do so at the Centre des Musiciens du Monde, so the Center for World Musicians. It's a pretty young institution that I've had the great privilege to be quite present at for the past few years. They're located in the Myland in Montreal, and they showcase traditional music from really all around the world. One of the center's director is from Iran, so he has a lot of amazing friends and colleagues from Northern Africa, from the Middle East, from all around the Mediterranean. There are amazing musicians from South America. And I've been lucky enough to be the kind of fiddler in residency there, representing the local tradition. So they let us use the amazing room that they have there.
That's very special. Merci. Est-ce que tu peux dire quelque chose en français pour tout le monde de Québec?
Ah ben, si vous êtes là, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup d'être là pour écouter un peu de musique. On n'a pas eu assez d'occasion de jouer en personne pour le public cette année. On le fait un petit peu plus ces temps-ci. On espère que ça va continuer. Puis, si vous voulez de la gigue, des mouvements de pieds, de bras, vous allez voir que Mélissandre est capable d'en faire de toutes les couleurs, avec quelques airs de violon pour accompagner tout ça.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. Folks,
Merci.
Yeah, I think you can also find out all the information you need to know about all these artists on our website. I think their websites are being scrolled in on the piece, but make sure to look up all these amazing artists, especially Alexis and Mélissandre. Thank you so much for being here tonight, and folks, enjoy what you're about to see. Alexis and Mélissandre.
Good evening, everyone. We're Mélissandre and Alexis. We're from Quebec, and you'll hear some fiddling and see some step dancing tonight with us. You just heard a traditional song melody called Voilà le printemps, followed by a little reel from the famille Verrette from Quebec. And now we'll follow it with a clog and another traditional song melody called La Fille en Canne.
So now I will present you the next two pieces we're going to do. The first one is the hangman's reel. So the hangman's reel is based on a legend of a guy who was going to be hanged on the next morning, but he could save himself by playing this very out-of-tune fiddle. And he managed to play something nice with this fiddle that was completely out of tune. So it's a very famous tune, and we can find versions of it all through Francophone communities in North America. And it's usually played with a very specific tuning on the fiddle, but we are not using this tuning actually right now. So Alexis worked very hard to do something that sounded similar. So you can see also in this choreography that I like to integrate some more balletic movement, because I was also trained in classical ballet. So there's a little bit of that in this choreography. And then the next piece we'll do is actually an a cappella solo with cornmeal. So you might have seen probably some American step dancers who use cornmeal to dance. I first discovered that when I went to a Wheatland Folk Festival in 2015, and those dancers would use just a handful of it. But I had this fantasy of having a whole stage covered in cornmeal, which is something that I ended up doing. Like I had a show with a whole bucket of cornmeal that we would spread on the ground. Today my dance board is a bit smaller, so there is less cornmeal, but I hope you enjoy it anyways. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to everyone who's been here with us today. I hope you enjoyed the show. I want to thank Cheryl for inviting us to this edition, and I want to thank the whole festival team for putting the event together. We just can't wait to see you in person in another edition of Goderich Festival. I personally had the chance to be there in 2018 for the college and the festival itself, and I have very fond memories of it, so we just can't wait to be back and see you. And I would also like to thank Centre des Musiciens du Monde here in Montreal, who allowed us to use the space and record this video for you.
We have time for one last tune for you tonight. It's going to be La Marche Alexis. It's a tune that Québécois fiddler Richard Forêt wrote for me quite a while ago. Thank you so much for having been here with us tonight, and we hope to see you again soon.
Hello everyone from Goderich. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I would have loved to be with you today, but I'm currently on vacation. So, well, you can talk with Alexis. But if ever you have any questions regarding the project with Alexis or step dancing in general or anything, you can always contact me through my Facebook page, which is Mélissandre TB, Mélissandret-B. And I'll be happy to respond to your questions. And I hope to see you soon in person in another edition of Goderich Celtic Roots Festival, which I'm a big fan of since I've been there in 2018 for the first time. So goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
A little sand on the board, 7 months pregnant, makes it look easy, right? The splits.
Easy peasy. Splits.
The splits.
You should have seen our faces.
Like, hello, hello, impressive. Mélissandre and Alexis, what a great couple.
They are so sweet.
Yeah, and the Quebecois roots coming through, that is terrific to see.
Roots.
And we see that, I mean, every year we get to see so much of the Quebecois traditions, which are lovely, right?
We're so lucky.
Yeah.
We're so lucky to have that.
Tell me about some other lucky folks we're glad to have.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank some people, if I might. I want to thank Liesl Pella, who's in the back, taking all the phone calls, chatting with everybody, liking everything, hearting everything, clapping and all that stuff. And she's waiting for your call. Like, I feel like this is like a telethon thing. She's waiting for the phone to ring. So please call, send us your tips for the musicians, because that's how we're paying them.
Well, that's
really,
right.
Quite frankly.
It's been a long 18 months.
It has been a long 18 months. But I also really want to thank the board of directors, if I might, because they are the most supportive group of people. Roz Elliott is on the board. And I just want to thank all of you, board of directors. I'm hoping that you're all watching tonight. And thank you guys so much. We have our president, Greg Reynolds, who you saw at the beginning, our treasurer, John Lodge, Glenn Carey, Todd Baker, Kimberly Payne, Rebecca Ferguson.
Todd Baker.
I said Todd Baker. Who am I missing?
Ian Davies.
And Ian Davies out of London. Yeah. And Warren and Eleanor, of course, or Warren is on the board. So thank you guys so much for your support throughout the year, the last 3 years that I've been doing this job.
And what a treat we get to offer up to them, because now we have the next 2 artists in the Emerging Artists Showcase, the Robinson Emerging Artists Showcase, and we are featuring from Italy.
Hello.
Yes, Italy, hello. Daridel calling in, and from Brazil. Does it get better than that? Hermunde from Brazil. And so remember, you're going to pick 2 of the 10 groups. You're hearing 4 tonight, 6 tomorrow. You're going to pick 2, and they will have a chance to be on the main stage next year and get their career launched. So
yeah, actually the voting is actually going to be open until the end of the week. So you've got till Friday night at 11:59 p.m. in case you miss any of the artists this weekend. All of this is going to be up on YouTube, on our YouTube page. So you'll be able to go back, watch the ones that you've missed if you miss any, and then keep voting. Well, 1 vote per person. Sorry, keep
one
voting.
vote per person, as we have to tell people in elections.
1 vote per person.
Okay, everyone, Daridel and Hermunde. So let's have an emerging showcase review.
I know what's on your mind.
I know, exactly. Here we go.
Hi guys, we are Daridel from Northern Italy, and this is our show.
Hi, my name is Leo. I'm the flutist and manager of Armungi. We are a psychedelic Irish Celtic music band, originally from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Our band is a little over 4 years old, but we've only been playing professionally for the past couple of years. The band was formed in 2017, and it began as this unpretentious hobby, as an escape valve for three young musicians, overworked, anxious, stressed out, and unhappy with our careers. Armungi was and still is an outlet for learning Irish music, experimenting with our own personal artistic influences, and reflecting upon issues of self-knowledge, mental health, and freedom. Each of us actually come from a very distinct professional background, and we've always shared this dream to play music for a living. And our band started off as this hobby, but then we fell in love with the music identity we were developing. We fell in love with our message and our expression. And so last year we made this big decision of making it our main career. Because of that, we are now taking the band to international territory, away from Brazil. We've actually been featured by a few international radio shows and podcasts, and we are currently relocating from Brazil to Galway in Ireland with the idea of learning more and showing our work there. So the band became our dream, and it completely changed our lives for the better since we decided to quit our jobs and focusing on it. It means not only the happiest lives we can possibly imagine, but also this ideal of free expression and manifestation of the mind that we want to share with the world. We have a lot to say, and we have a lot to learn, and we could not be more excited with the upcoming prospect of doing so with the Goderich Festival Showcase program. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We are truly honored, and I do really hope that you like our music. Thanks a lot.
Well, Cheryl, we had 2 more of our emerging artist showcase, and again, you can vote for them. You can vote for 2 groups, 6 more tomorrow. We played 4 tonight. You can see them again. Go back in and see them. Cheryl, I did feel a little psychedelic.
Did you feel a little psychedelic? There was a
when
lot
he
going on.
twirled,
Yeah.
he went to, and I just wondered, did you put something in my brownie?
Never gonna say.
Okay, good, because I was there. And also,
Daredell,
can I just say, did you expect to see a hurdy-gurdy and a didgeridoo?
Walking through the streets of Goderich?
Why not? Why not? Well, if either of those are your cup of tea, vote for them. But there's 6 more tomorrow, so just hang tight because we've got some more emerging showcase artists.
You guys have been great on the chat online.
Yeah,
I think you guys had a lot of fun with Daredell, I can tell.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about that one. Braveheart, go. Hey.
Yes.
We've got a trio here that is just really eager to chat with you, catch up, and so I'm going to turn it over to you because this wonderful trio, the Gilberts, have been waiting patiently.
Yes, they have been waiting patiently. They are coming to us from Nova Scotia. Frieden, Ruben, and Maisie. Hi, everybody. It's a little late over there, so thank you for sticking this out with us. I'm so happy to see you. This is a family, a trio of siblings, and they are the Gilberts from Nova Scotia, and I'm super excited to share them with the Goderich fans here. I don't know that too many people have seen you out this way, but tell us a little bit about yourselves.
First of all, we're just so happy to be here, so thank you for having us. We're, like you said, we're a sibling contemporary folk trio from Nova Scotia. We've been playing music together for as long as we can remember, I guess, growing up. We've started to take it more seriously in the past 5 years or so.
We play a lot of folk festivals, which is kind of like how we got our start in music, was our parents bringing us to different music festivals around our province, because we've got some great music festivals. Like we were just talking about the Lunenburg Folk Harbor Festival, which we got to play recently, which was awesome. So we had a lot of like folk influences growing up, but also just a huge variety of influences, including like we were all in choir, which is where we learned like a lot about harmony, but also just listening to like the music that our parents listened to, so like 70s rock and stuff like that, like just lots of influences.
Well, I actually discovered you guys talk about voting and how you'll just never know who you're going to meet when you're part of voting or being a judge. And I was lucky enough to be a judge for the Canadian Folk Music Awards, and my category was, I believe, was it the up and coming or the
Young Performers?
Young Performers, and you guys just blew me away. And in fact, you did win the Canadian Folk Music Award for Young Performers just this last year. So congratulations on that, and I was just happy to be able to get in touch with you guys, and you're going to love their harmonies. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful harmonies. Do you guys write your own music? Do you do traditional things? Do you do covers?
We write our own music. We've released 2 albums at this point. The first one, we were so happy to have won a Canadian Folk Music Award. And we just released the second one in January. We throw in a couple covers here and there. You'll hear one in our set. We like to put our own spin on covers and that kind of thing. But yeah, original music. But we've been so influenced by, like Maisie said, so many things, including, like there's such a rich Celtic music scene here in Nova Scotia that we've been influenced by, sharing stage with these artists and just, growing up as kids in fields at folk festivals, listening to, amazing artists. So, yeah.
Well, you're very lucky to have had that experience. So I guess Celtic music is a little bit of an influence for you guys. Have you attended or played at a lot of Celtic festivals?
We have a couple coming up. That
awesome.
One in particular that I'm not sure we're allowed to mention yet, but but it's coming. And
we'd certainly like to play more.
We certainly like to play more. How about that? Yeah.
There you go. There you go. That's a good answer. That's a good answer. What has the last year been like for you guys? Have you been creative musically? Did it give you a chance to sort of, catch up? I know it was tough, obviously, as it was for all the musicians. But what did you guys go through?
Yeah, it's been kind of a mixed bag for us, like everyone. But we feel like we did pretty well overall, considering the circumstances. I mean, we're lucky to all kind of live under the same roof, so there was no social distancing requirement between us, so we were always able to write and practice and record together. We had to start recording at home, which was a big change of plans. We were kind of getting ready to go into the studio right before COVID hit, and ended up having to learn how to do a lot of that stuff ourselves.
Wow.
Wow. But I think overall we had a great year. I think it was really, in many ways, our best year yet. Just because, I don't know, I feel like the playing field was leveled a bit. We were able to put videos out there, and not rely so much on live performance to get ourselves out there. But we released 2 albums and won the award, and raised our profile a bit. So we definitely kept busy.
And we've been really lucky in Nova Scotia that we've been able to have some live events coming back, which is wonderful.
That's great.
Like outdoor,
That's great.
We've done some outdoor concerts this year, and we're just feeling really lucky to be able to connect with our audiences again in that way, because there's really nothing else like it. We've been really enjoying doing virtual events, and it's like we feel like we've had opportunities to play in different places like Ontario.
Yay!
Woo!
Yay!
But
Well,
we're feeling super lucky to be able to play to live audiences too.
Well, we can't wait to get you out here in Goderich. And do you have a few words about the set that you're going to present to our fans today?
Sure, yeah. We wanted to select sort of a wide range of our material, kind of show the different sides of what we do. There's a couple of a cappella tunes in there that we wrote. We love singing a cappella, 3-part harmonies. 3-part harmonies are a big part of all the music we do, really, but sometimes we like to set aside the instruments and just do it a cappella. So we hope to give a nice wide range of stuff.
Well, I think our audience is in for a real treat. Thank you all for being here with us tonight and just sort of introducing yourselves to our audience. And everybody at home, please enjoy the Gilberts.
Thank you.
I can see you standing there, alone across the water.
Sun shone down on dewy grass along the riverbank. We laughed without a care in the world, but now the scene is blank. See you in the spring by the St. Croix Riviere, when all the snow has melted and there's something in the air. See you in the spring by the St. Croix Riviere, shuttered for the off-season black and white filter. See you in the spring when the flowers are in bloom. I know it seems far away, but I will wait for you. Think about the times ahead, what the future holds. Underneath the bitter snow lie those fields of gold. I am waiting faithfully, but will you do the same? When again our paths meet, will you call my name? Will you be there like you said by the St. Croix Riviere? I hope that we will meet again at the place we hold so dear. See you in the spring by the St. Croix Riviere, when all the snow has melted and there's something in the air. See you in the spring by the St. Croix Riviere, shuttered for the off-season black and white filter. We've been waiting for this time since many years ago, but now I'm faced with facing you, and now I cannot go. I know I said I'd wait for you, but now the time is gone. Things have changed inside my heart, it's not where I belong. And I,
melted and there's something in the air. See you in the spring by the St. Croix Riviera. Shuttered for the off-season black and white filter. See you in the spring by the St. Croix Riviera. When all the snow has melted and there's something in the air. See you in the spring by the St. Croix Riviera. I hope to meet you there before my heart begins to turn.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in. We're so happy to be here bringing music to you virtually. Even though we can't be there in person, we're super happy to be singing for you all today. So
we are the Gilberts. I'm Ruben. This is my sister Maisie and my brother Frieden. We're so excited to be here. Maisie, I'm just going to move your microphone a little bit.
Okay.
Because it just needs to... Gotta make sure that everybody gets heard. So we're so happy to be here. That was an original song called St. Croix. And this next one is called Frame by Frame.
Isn't it Lilac Valley?
Oh, yeah, you're totally right. It's not called Frame by Frame. That's coming later. Just you wait.
This one's called Lilac Valley.
Oh, right, okay.
Hello, old friend. How have you been since I last saw your rolling hills and fields of emerald green? It's been 3 long years. Each day I've missed you so. I've wandered far and wide, not knowing where to go. So hello, Lilac Valley, don't you know it's been so long since I've heard your winds a blowing and listened to your song. I never thought when I came back everything would be so wrong. But the memories of those carefree days will last my whole life long. Now I hardly recognize the place I loved so true. There's nothing here that's left for me. It makes me feel so blue. The trees that reached so high once have all come tumbling down. In the fields I used to run through, the green has turned to brown. So hello, Lilac Valley, don't you know it's been so long since I've heard your winds a blowing and listened to your song. I never thought when I came back everything would be so wrong. But the memories of those carefree days will last my whole life long. The city where I live now has all that I should need. A place to sleep, good food to eat, a pleasant life indeed. But there's one thing I'm missing when I lay down to sleep. I see the rolling fields I loved when I was 17. So hello, Lilac Valley, don't you know it's been so long since I've heard your winds a blowing and listened to your song. I never thought when I came back everything would be so wrong. But the memories of those carefree days will last my whole life long.
This next one that we're going to do is called Frame by Frame, as mentioned earlier.
As mentioned earlier, this time it's actually going to happen.
Yeah. Ruben actually wrote this song for a school assignment that was like a creative writing project where he wrote a song about a short story that he'd read. And
the most creative writing of all.
The most creative writing of all. I had the choice between writing an essay or doing something creative, so I figured I'd try and write some song lyrics. And here they are.
The leaves were blowing down the lane, they turned like summer to fall. Just yesterday he picked up the phone and received that fateful call. Now standing there with the wind in his hair, he watched the cars roll by. A suitcase occupied one hand and the other waved goodbye. Because a lot can happen in the gutter when you see things frame by frame. And the looks that he will give to you may never be the same. For the time has come, he's out the door, that ticket's his best friend, and yours is the window pane. And I've seen before the joy can kill when it's taking a life away. And I never saw another cry before like she did on that day. Alone in a room where it couldn't consume the laughter in the hallway. Responsibility filled one side of the scale, her freedom was outweighed. Because a lot can happen in the gutter when you see things frame by frame. And the looks that he will give to you may never be the same. For the time has come, he's out the door, that ticket's his best friend, and yours is the window. A lot can happen in the gutter when you see things frame by frame. And the looks that he will give to you may never be the same. For the time has come, he's out the door, that ticket's his best friend, and yours is the window pane.
I hope it's nice and sunny where you are. It just got really bright
Yeah,
here.
we're coming to you from beautiful Hants County, Nova Scotia. We've had some great weather recently, and
Glad to be in Ontario.
yes.
So we're about to do a song you may know by Crosby, Stills and Nash. This is Helplessly Hoping.
This is one of our favorite covers to do ever. Although we say that about every cover we do, this really is one of our favorites.
Helplessly hoping her harlequin hovers nearby, awaiting a word, gasping at glimpses of gentle true spirit. He runs, wishing he could fly high, only to trip at the sound of goodbye. Wordlessly watching, he waits by the window and wonders at the empty place inside. Heartlessly helping himself to her bad dreams, he worries, did he hear a goodbye? Or even hello? They are one person, they are two alone, they are three together, they are for each other. Stand by the stairway, you'll see something certain to tell you. Confusion has its cost. Love isn't lying, it's loose in a lady who lingers, saying she is lost and choking on her load. They are one person, they are two alone, they are three together, they are for each other.
This next one is called Not Always.
This is a song that was written, Maisie wrote the lyrics to this one during the pandemic. And
Yeah.
it's a bit of a song of the times. It's about finding hopefulness in times of hardship, as we all experienced in varying degrees with the pandemic. And we hope that the message comes across.
A cherry seed was planted in a garden on a hill. The soil was dry and nothing would bloom in the cold winter chill. No grass would root there, no flowers would grow. The ground was always buried in a blanket of snow.
Oh, oh, it's not always easy in the snow, oh, to see the sun shine down. You'll find your roots grow tall and strong. The sun will shine upon you, just listen to this song. When winter came, we were buried. Snow filled up the ground. The freezing wind that whistled was the only sound. No one thought to look out at the cherry tree that grew, till the snow stopped blowing all around and our eyes could see right through. Oh, oh, it's not always easy in the snow, oh, to see the sun shine down. You'll find your roots grow tall and strong. The sun will shine upon you, just listen to this song. When springtime came, we went out to the garden on the hill to find the cherry tree was growing through the winter chill. The blossoms grew all season, and then instead of snow, the ground was full of flowers that finally could grow. Oh, oh, it's not always easy in the snow, oh, to see the sun shine down. You'll find your roots grow tall and strong. The sun will shine upon you, just listen to this song.
As we were singing that, I was looking out the window and realized our cherry trees on our property are growing right in our line of sight here. So.
So this is our last one for today. Unfortunately, it's called Tell Me. We want to thank you all so much for listening and watching. It's sad that we can't see you, but at least you can see us. So.
Yeah, huge thanks to the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival for having us. We're very happy to be here, and thank you all of you for listening.
Go to the woods and find the tallest tree. Climb to the top. Tell me what you see. I saw the birds flying in a V. Tell me what you see. Tell me what you see. Sail on the ocean, but don't look behind. Look down below. Tell me what you find. I saw the fish swimming straight in a line. Tell me what you find. Tell me what you find. Run through the fields with the wind in your hair. Search all around. Tell me what is there. I saw the grass blowing in the air. Tell me what is there. Tell me what is there. Visit the chapel, but don't shed a tear. Listen very close. Tell me what you hear. I heard a choir deep in my ears. Tell me what you hear. Tell me what you hear.
Oh, the Gilberts. Cheryl, I just want to put them in my pocket and walk around with them.
I told you.
Adorable.
I told you. And what? There's nothing like sibling harmony. Like, isn't that incredible?
And share one of the comments you heard. That was terrific.
Somebody was like, you can't even slip a piece of paper in between those harmonies. And then he wrote after that, the same gentleman, and then you went and got even tighter.
Yeah,
it was great. It was
they
great.
were fantastic.
Fantastic.
They shared with us a little scoop
Yeah.
that just is impressive.
So they're going to be opening up, I think, in a couple of weeks or
Yeah.
next week. A couple of weeks for Jimmy Rankin.
Yeah.
At the
Halifax.
in Halifax. At a big convention center.
Yeah.
So I'm so excited for the Gilberts. We are so lucky that we were blessed to have them do a set for us. I'm excited to share them with everybody. And who knows? Hopefully, we'll get them here at some point.
Yeah, their careers launched. They're going to be a big name out there.
Yeah, I do have a few thank yous. Speaking of launching things, I have to thank Robert Houston and everybody at the Irish Music Magazine for the support that they've given us through the years. And this year, in fact, we were on the front cover of the Irish Music Magazine just this month. It's just been launched, or it'll be next month's issue. And they are sharing the feed, so they're helping us stream this whole festival, and to Ron Olesko from Folk Music Notebook, who is an incredible supporter of all things music and is sharing the stream as well right now, the audio. So thank you guys so much for all your support.
That's terrific. And Cheryl, I get the good news now to interact with our last group, and they are the Bookends. So they are going to bookend the evening. So I'm going to chat with them. Guys, you're in Stratford. Look at you. You're sitting there, and you've been watching the show from your backyard. It looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
It's a nice spot.
It's a great spot. So we have Pete and Kate, and we also have Errol and Miriam, and together you are the Bookends.
We bookend.
You bookend.
Got it. Yeah, we're lucky enough to be neighbors here in Stratford, and so we're never far from a rehearsal anyway.
Well, they're on the south side and we're on the north side.
Oh, the tracks don't keep you apart. Now, you said that you never set out to be a band, and yet here you are, and you have your first album out called Chapter 1. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
How did you get together? Like, how did you find out that you guys you suit each other?
Yeah, so Miriam and I were from out west in Alberta, Calgary, Alberta, and we had moved out here for some work, and it was a fairly stressful time getting everything packed up with the kids and the cat and loading her all up. And so we got out here and we were unloading, and I kept hearing this whistle, and I just couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And so a couple days went by, and I thought it was just the stress I was hearing things. But finally one night I said, you know what, I'm going to find that whistle. And so I walked up the street one way, echolocating the whistle, and it got a little quieter, and I walked back the other way, and it got a little quieter, and I'm like, this has to be coming from like one of these houses around here. And so I wandered randomly down Pete and Kate's driveway, and they had been so kind to come by and introduce themselves when we first moved in, and I was like, there's no way. And so
with the box of real Thompson chocolates,
with the box of real Thompson chocolates,
and Stratford.
Wow. Yeah, and I poked my head over the back gate, and there's Pete and Kate on the back deck, and they were playing some tunes and jamming out, and I think I was like, I'm going to get my fiddle.
Well, and I have to say, because that happened right here.
Yeah,
and
right
so
here.
we were playing here, and I could see Earl through the gate just over there, and he's got his hands on his hips like this, going, "This is where the goddamn whistle's coming from." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm sorry. Like, we bothering you?"
Yeah. And I was like, "No, it was a match made in heaven." Actually, funny enough.
Get my fiddle.
Yeah.
And we just never stopped after
And
that.
you never
I mean,
stopped.
When we say we didn't set out to be a band, we just wanted to play tunes, but it just kept happening. And because, of course, we spend a lot of time playing outside, folks could hear it, and they started asking us if we would play so they could listen, and that's just where it went from there.
Well, then became Chapter 1, your first album, and it's just so Canadian how you guys got together, neighbors like that, just like show up at each other's place, come on in, so Canadian, if I could just say. But Chapter 1, what's Chapter 2 look like for you guys?
Chapter 2 looks like more great tunes, hopefully, and more fun times.
Yeah, and hopefully start on it this fall and winter. We were just talking about it actually while we've been sitting here tonight. And in fact, a couple of the tunes you're gonna see in the set that's coming up, I'd say the last 3, I would say will be on Chapter 2. And so the first 2 tunes that we play tonight are actually from Chapter 1. And then the last 3 tunes that we play, I think, will probably be on Chapter 2.
We'll arm wrestle over what makes
Why
the
not?
album. But,
Well,
they got a strong chance.
And we don't just have to check out the library, we can check you out online, we can check you out hopefully at festivals all the way around, and everyone tonight is going to get to check you out. So we're really thrilled. Set up this first set for us. Take us away. Help us understand it.
Yeah, so we were super fortunate to work with Mark Hussey and Full Pop and to have them have us out to the Goderich, the old Goderich train station, and Cheryl popped in and we played some tunes, and it was just a really fantastic, magical evening. And
although I will say it's not quite the same as being at the Park House.
It's not the same.
Letting us, I mean, you know, we're getting on now for like the time of night when we'd be going down to play the sessions at the Park House, right? So it's like we'd be getting ready for that. But the first set of tunes that we're playing is the Salt Mine.
And so after a late night session at the Park House, we might have gone down and played a few tunes by the water there one night, and the first set was that the Salt Mine workers came out and danced. And
oh wow, amazing. What a special tribute to Goderich for the very last set with this lovely group from Stratford, and I can tell you guys are a lot of fun. So don't be surprised if I do a little pop by and we go out, okay?
That's awesome.
All right, everyone to Bookends, and a special treat to our Salt Mine friends, the Salt Mine song. I can't wait to hear that. Everyone finishing up for the first night, but there's way more tomorrow, the Bookends, and we'll be back to see you on the other end of this set.
Good stuff.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. We are the Bookends from Stratford, Ontario, and we are tickled pink to be a part of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival here. We started things off with a tune that is very near and dear to our hearts off of our first album, Chapter 1. That came out of Goderich, actually. We were playing some music down by the beach there one day, and lo and behold, all the workers from the salt mine came out and were dancing around in their coveralls and safety gear and everything else. So we were playing that set of tunes, and so we called that one The Salt Mine. And then we launched into a nice fun set of jigs called St. Patrick's March, also off the album. But we are going to move on here with a nice little lovely set of jigs. It's going to feature Miriam here on the accordion, and this is called Humour's Murns. Awesome. Thank you very much. That was a lot of fun. I'm going to take a quick minute here while I strap on this banjo to introduce the band to you very quickly. On my right-hand side, your left, my lovely wife, Miss Miriam Fisher. On my left, your right, Mrs. Kate Watson. And next to her, her lovely husband, playing the guitar, Mr. Pete Watson. And joining us as a very, very special guest, Mr. Romano Danilo on the boron. My name is Errol Fisher. We are the Bookends from Stratford, Ontario. And we are going to strap on something a little quicker here. This is Dinny Donegal. Awesome. That's a lot of fun, too. I think we've coming up near the end of our set here. We've got one more set of tunes for you, but I think we should maybe take a quick minute and say a few thank yous. We would like to start by thanking Warren and Eleanor Robinson, the founders of the festival, for making this all possible from the very beginning. We'd like to say, yes, a round of applause at home, if you will. We'd also like to thank Cheryl Prashker, the artistic director of the festival, for having us here and letting us be a part of all this. So thank you, Cheryl. We'd like to say thank you to Mark Hussey and Faux Pop Media, and especially our sound guy Liam, for making us look and sound as good as we possibly can. So thank you to them. And we'd like to thank all of you at home for tuning in and checking it out. And I really do hope that maybe we can see you in person with a pint in hand next year in the park. Yeah, pint in the park. We've been the Bookends. Thank you so much. We're going to finish things off here with a fun little set called The Salvation Contradiction.
What a way to end the show. The Bookends bookended it.
They did. How about that? And they videoed that right here outside at the station. This is an old train station, and that was incredible. So you guys here at the station, you did an amazing job. All of you, thank you so much. That was an incredible set.
They had someone special with them.
Yeah, Romano, the percussionist. Yeah. He's actually from Newfoundland originally. He studied at McGill, as I did, in percussion, and he is actually the percussionist in Come From Away, the Broadway show. And literally, after he finished that set, he was getting on a plane to go back to New York because Broadway is opening up again.
I saw that show. Now
Really?
I know he's
he's the guy. So the Bookends from Stratford, Ontario. Fantastic.
I think
way
we'll
to
be
end.
hearing a lot more from them.
Yeah, I absolutely.
Cheryl, it was a gold medal day. We had a gold medal performances all the way around.
We did.
We're doing it again tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yep.
Any last minute thoughts and shout outs that
Well,
you
we
want
have
to do?
a whole new set of artists tomorrow, including Daoirí Farrell, who is actually going to be coming to us from Ireland live. That's the one set that's going to be happening live tomorrow. A whole bunch more emerging artist showcases from around the world. So you can vote again, only 2 votes, 2 different bands, please. And thank you guys so much. The tip jar was like overflowing tonight. So thank you all so much for your generosity. I know that this community is very special. It's why I moved here, and you guys are amazing. Thank you for sticking with us to the end of the night, and thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the board of directors, and thank you, Roz, so much for co-hosting.
What a treat. What a treat. It's been back together.
Yeah.
Back together, separated by 1 year, and here we do it again.
A little
Next
more relaxed this year.
Lot.
Yeah.
We
And
know what
next
we're
year,
doing.
what do you say we do something hybrid? Like,
love it.
Yeah, let's do it hybrid next year.
Love it. Okay, so Cheryl, get some sleep. You get some sleep. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow to do it all over again. Join us on Facebook. Join us on Channel 1. Join us on YouTube. Everyone, good night. Be well. And hyperlocal for you, always at the station with the wonderful Cheryl Prashker.
See you tomorrow.